예, 오늘 포럼에 많은 분들 참석해 주셨는데요. 예, 올해 포럼은 특별히 저희 민주화운동 기념사업회가 세계 많은 분들과 어떻게 한국 민주주의의 성취를 공유할 수 있을까라는 고민 속에서 준비했습니다. 세계 곳곳에서 많은 국가들에서 참석하신 만큼 한국 민주주의가 해야 될 역할 또한 크다라고 생각이 됩니다. 오늘 우리가 여기 지금 이렇게 주위를 둘러보시면 경치를 이렇게 조망하실 수 있는데요. 저쪽 남산부터 서울 시내까지 이렇게 조망할 수 있습니다. 이곳은 단순히 이게 경치가 좋을 뿐만 아니라 한국 민주화운동의 역사와 한국 민주주의 성취를 조망할 수 있는 공간이라는 생각이 좀 들었습니다. 왼쪽을 보시면 저기는 세운상가라는 곳인데요. 저걸 건축하신 건축가는 김수근이라는 건축가입니다. 김수근 건축가는 저희 민주화운동 기념사업회가 운영하고자 하는 남영동 대공분실을 건축한 설계자로도 유명합니다. 그리고 진양상가 앞에 보시면은 조그만 민주화운동 관련된 표지석이 하나 있는데요. 91년 공안통치 종식을 위한 원국민 대회 과정에서 산하하신 김기정 열사를 추모하는 동판이 저기 바로 옆에 있는 큰 건물 앞에 있으니 한번 끝나고 한번 방문해 보는 것도 좋을 것 같습니다. 특히 오른쪽 뒤에 보시면 이렇게 산 중턱에 이렇게 건물이 드문드문 있는데요. 남산 중앙정보부터입니다. 지금은 서울시에서 운영하고 있고, 뭐 유소호텔을 운영하고 있고, 어떤 건물들은 이미 멸실이 된 상황인데요. 저 건물이 우리 포럼의 의미를 좀 담아서 좀 우리 포럼과 같이 좀 세계 민주주의를 증진하는 공간으로 좀 사용됐으면 하는 그런 바람도 생기게 합니다. 이곳은 이렇게 쭉 조망할 수 있는 경치가 좋은 반면에 세계 민주주의 현장은 그렇지 못한 것 같습니다. 아직도 많은 곳에서 민주주의를 위해서 싸우고 있고요. 희생도 많이 발생하고 있는 것 같습니다. 오늘 포럼은 특별히 그런 세계 곳곳에서 민주주의를 위해서 애쓰시는 분들을 생각하고 또 특별히 세계 곳곳에서 전쟁이 많이 발생하고 있는데요. 좀 평화를 비는 마음으로 저희 포럼을 시작하면 어떨까 합니다. 여러분들이 민주주의 연대와 평화를 바라는 그런 마음을 담아 뜨거운 박수를 쳐주신다면 그걸로 저희 포럼을 시작하겠습니다. 국제인생 관계로 국민 의례는 생략하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 개회식 진행을 맡은 저는 민주화운동 기념사업회 한국민주주의 연구소 소장을 맡고 있는 이영재라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 오늘 포럼은 민주화운동 기념사업회가 주최하고 있고요. 성공회대 메인스, 한신대 평화공공성센터, 국제민주주의연대, 5.18 기념재단이 후원하고 있습니다. 저희 포럼은 오늘은 이곳 스테이락호텔에서 진행되고요. 내일은 서울 글로벌센터에서 민주주의 학술대로 진행되고 해외 참가자들은 내일과 모레에 걸쳐서 광주를 방문하게 되어 있습니다. 오늘 개회식과 기조 세션이 마치면 공식 입세션이 열리는데요. 공식 입세션 행사는 아시아 민주주의 연대의 밤이라는 이름으로 진행됩니다. 연대의 밤 행사에는 특별히 미얀마 연방 한국대표부 특사께서도 함께 참석하시니 아무쪼록 내빈 여러분들께서는 공식 리셉션까지 참석해 주셔서 자리를 빛내주시면 감사할 것 같습니다. 오늘 많은 기분들께서 참석해 주셨는데요. 시간 관계상 국제인사 중심으로 몇 분만 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 기조 연설을 해주실 게오르크 빌프리드 슈미트 주한 독일 대사를 소개시켜 드리겠습니다. 뜨거운 박수로 맞이해 주기 바랍니다. 우리 사업에서는 17개국 19명의 국제민주주의 친선대사를 위촉하고 있는데요. 오늘 발제와 토론에도 참석해 주셨습니다. 그분들 잠깐 일어나서 인사 부탁드리겠습니다. 민주주의 친선대사분들 오셨습니다. 그리고 사업에서 운영하고 있는 국제평화공공외교협력 단원들이 어제부터 4.19 참배를 계기로 해서 먼저 행사를 시작하셨는데요. 평화공공외교협력단 사업은 현재 6개국에서 70명의 단원이 활동하고 있습니다. 참석하신 분들 인사 부탁드립니다. 평화공공외교단 여러분들 잠깐 일어나 주시죠. 그 외에도 성공회대와 아주대 국제대학원생들 참석하셨습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 그래서 살펴보니까 민주화운동에 컨셉했던 많은 분들, 역사 경험이 있으신 분부터 배우고자 하는 학생들까지 다양한 계층의, 다양한 국가들뿐만 아니라 다양한 연령의 좀 우리 참석한 것 같아서 매우 보기가 좋습니다. 오늘 참석하신 모든 분들이 다 한 분 한 분 소중한 분이라고 생각합니다. 잠시 옆에 계신 분들과 한번 인사를 나눠보는 시간을 갖겠습니다. 옆에 계신 분, 뒤에 계신 분들과 반갑게 한번 인사하는 시간을 갖겠습니다. 반갑습니다. 잘 오셨습니다. 환영합니다. 네, 분위기가 좀 더 좋아진 것 같고요. 그럼 먼저 저희 KDF 2023년 KDF 글로벌포럼을 주관하고 계시는 민주화운동 기념사업회 이재호 이사장님을 모시고 개의사를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 모두 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
한국에서는 이 10월 달을 아주 1년 중에 가장 좋은 계절로 생각하고 있습니다. 그래서 특히 그 중에 오늘은 가을 중에서도 아주 날씨가 좋은 날에 속해서 이 자리에 오신 외국에서 오신 손님 여러분들을 크게 환영하는 그런 날씨입니다. 개회사 2023년 KDF 글로벌 포럼에 참여해 주신 국내외 내빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 민주화운동 기념사업회 이사장 이재호입니다. KDF 글로벌 포럼은 2009년 시작한 서울 민주주의 포럼의 경험과 성과를 기반으로 개최하는 사업회의 대표적인 국제 행사입니다. 이번 포럼에는 14개국 30명의 해외 전문가, 연구자가 초청되었습니다. 또한 한국에서 연구 활동을 하고 있는 많은 해외 연구자들도 함께해 주셨습니다. 오늘 개회식에는 게오르그 빌프리트 슈미트 주한 독일 대사와 반딧 잔롯 자니킷 태국 출라롱 콘데 정치외교학과 교수가 기조연설을 합니다. 게오르그 대사께서 이번 포럼 기조연설을 수락해 주신 데 대해 감사드립니다. 대사님이 한국 민주주의 증진을 위한 고견을 기대합니다. 반딧 교수님은 사업회가 위촉한 국제민주주의 친선대사로 활동하고 있습니다. 오늘 1세션과 2세션 발제자와 토론자에는 사업회가 지난 2021년부터 위촉하고 있는 국제민주주의 친선대사분들이 참여하십니다. 이분들은 세계 각국에서 사업회를 위해 활동하시는 연구자와 활동가입니다. 반딧 교수님과 국제민주주의 친선대사들께도 감사 인사를 전합니다. 아시아 5개국에서 활동하고 있는 국제평화공공외교협력단원들도 오늘 이 자리에 참여해 주셨습니다. 평화공공외교협력단은 사업회가 주관하는 청년 참여 프로그램으로 한국을 비롯한 태국, 일본, 네팔, 캄보디아, 스리랑카 등 6개국 각 나라의 민주주의와 평화를 위해 활동하고 있습니다. 2023년 포럼의 주제는 한국 민주주의와 국제연대 경험의 공유와 확산입니다. 사업회는 이번 포럼을 통해서 한국 민주화 과정에서 국제연대의 경험과 의미를 살펴보고 한국이 세계 민주주의 발전을 위해 수행해야 할 책임과 역할에 대해 모색해 보고자 합니다. 특히 우리 이웃인 아시아 민주주의와 자유 증진을 위한 협력 방안에 대해 참여자들이 제언을 들어보고자 합니다. 내빈 여러분, 우리는 지난 1960년 자유당 독재에 한가한 4.19 혁명과 1980년 5.18 민주화운동 그리고 1987년 6월 민주항쟁의 경험을 통해 민주주의와 자유의 소중함을 알게 되었습니다. 그 오랜 기간 동안 우리들 뒤에서 또는 우리와 손잡고 함께 눈물을 닦았던 수많은 해외 인사들의 노고를 잊지 않고 있습니다. 사업의 설립 초기 여러 해 또한 해외 민주인사 초청 행사를 개최하였습니다. 지난 2020년에 시작된 민주주의 발전 유공 정부 포상을 통해 조지 오글 목사님, 제임스 시노트 신부님, 바울 슈나이스 목사님께 정부 포상을 받으셨습니다. 그리고 이들을 기억하는 해외 민주인사 기념식을 설립 20주년을 맞이하는 2021년 11월에 개최한 바 있습니다. 포럼 후 저녁에는 이곳에서 공식 리셉션이 진행되며 미얀마 민주주의를 위한 작은 공연도 열릴 예정입니다. 내일은 서울 글로벌센터 국제회의장에서 민주주의 학술대회가 개최됩니다. 끝까지 많은 관심과 성원을 부탁드립니다. 앞으로 3일 동안 진행될 KDF 글로벌 포럼이 전 세계 민주주의 증진을 위한 우리 역할과 자세를 모색하는 자리가 되기를 기원합니다. 다시 한번 참석해 주신 내외빈 여러분께 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다.
예, 귀한 말씀 감사합니다. 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 예, 다음 순서는 기조연설 순서입니다. 저희 제목이 한국민주주의 국제연대 경험의 공약 확산인데요. 저희 한국민주주의 과정에서 국제적 지원에 대해서는 국내에서 활동에 비해서 좀 많이 알려져 있는 것 같지 않습니다. 예, 저희가 한국이 경제 발전에서도 많은 세계 국가들의 지원 속에서 발전을 했고 이제는 이제 세계 경제 발전에 기여하는 것처럼 한국 민주화운동도 많은 분들의 특히 해외에 계신 분들의 보이지 않는 지지와 지원 속에서 발전했다고 생각합니다. 그런 의미에서 두 분의 기조 연설을 모셨고요. 예, 첫 번째 순서는 특히 해외 지원 중에서 가장 중요한 역할을 한 독일의 역할을 좀 저희가 많이 조명하고자 합니다. 그런 의미에서 이번 포럼의 기조 연설자로 게오르그 빌프리드 슈미트 주한 독일 대사님을 모시게 되었습니다. 여러분들의 큰 박수로 기조 연설을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 예, 대사님 부탁드립니다.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I have just arrived here in Korea in August, so I feel very privileged that you've already chosen to stand here in front of so many people where I know that democratic values are near and dear to all of your hearts. I might be new to Korea, but I'm not entirely new to developments on the Asian continent, and I studied in Hong Kong in the 1980s, so this goes a long back. And I remember also when I was a student then that many people tried to explain it again and again that democracy is something alien to Asian culture, that is something, if I see the Asian values debate, and now I see the global civilization debate going forward, but put forward by the Communist Party of China. And I always felt that it was very easy to pierce all these arguments, even in the 1980s and then even more in the 1990s, by pointing to South Korea. And the argument just fell apart. And I could have pointed to other countries, but this was always very reassuring because people could actually see how the people of South Korea have fought hard and bitter to regain their freedom and their democratic rights as citizens. And this is something that will never be taken away from South Koreans. And I think the fact that this conference is held here today and that you're also willing to network and to spread these values, that speaks for itself, because it takes again away the argument of, oh, these are just some Americans or Europeans who try to fiddle with our cultures. So my respect for that, and thank you again for being here. Actually, to go back to this argument whether democracy is something Asian or European, I would say that the way democracy we see it today is also quite alien to Europe. If you look at the long picture of European history, we had a long string of monarchies, some more gentle, some less gentle, and then you top it up with totalitarian rule. My country is a very good or bad example for that. And I think if you look on a global scale also, you will see that democratic or participatory ways of governing themselves are not the rule, but the exceptions. You see a lot of different examples of strong men, interesting, strong men, not women, of clans. The idea that one person has one vote is very modern. How long was the debate that why should women have a vote also in Europe? So I think very often in these debates we have a very ahistorical perspective. And it's good, I think, to have the historical perspective. I'm not standing here as a history teacher, but I kept also in Thailand, where I was before, reminding people that the United Nations Charter is not a European document. There are many Asian intellectuals who drafted this charter and who added significantly their way of thinking. There was a Chinese intellectual, a Lebanese intellectual, an Indian lady who actually said it's not just all men, but also the aspect of women. And I think it's good for us in these times to remind people that this is something that should unite all of us. And it's not natural. It's a long struggle by people in different continents and different countries to get to where we are. And I think equally strong to the desire to be ruled or to take rule by the strongest is the counter tendency. That's the hope for justice and the hope for the rule of law to protect the weak from the strong. If you are the biggest kid in the school, you don't need rules. You just take whatever you want. If you're weak, then you need rules to protect you. And you can transfer that also into global, into like society and into countries, etc. And I think these are very much global values. And the struggle to go away from like dictatorial structures to more participatory, to rule of law and others, they show that this hope is very universal and very strong. And I just look back to my 5 years as ambassador to the Kingdom of Thailand, and I'm happy to see some distinguished guests also from Thailand here. And I could see again that the elections in March 23 were a strong hope from people in Thailand that you can change things peacefully, not by overthrowing a government with a gun. And I and many others were thrilled at the high participation rate, that people came out and say, look, we own these elections. I think there's a sense of disillusionment now because they're still held under a constitution which has a lot of non-democratic elements. But to me, it underlines the fact that, again, the hope for participation, the hope for peaceful change is something that is universal. And if Myanmar was mentioned also before, if I look at the very, very high price that people are paying in Myanmar to fight against this oppression, then I really take off my hat for what's happening there in this country. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to talk about Thailand or Myanmar. But it was already said that this forum takes place under very difficult international circumstances. I mean, we have the Russian aggression against Ukraine. We have terrorist attacks against Israel. So the heat is very much, the temperature is rising in international politics. And these are dramatic situations. I would, as a diplomat, always think we should be careful not painting all these situations just in concept of democracy versus dictatorship. I think they're much more complex. And we're not doing democratic structures a favor by ignoring the regional and cultural complexities involved. We have to deal with a lot of shades of gray there. And I personally, when we talk about democracy, would always want to add the ideas of a rule of law, a very strong rule of law in everyday life, and I would say also social welfare to democracy, that democracy doesn't turn into plutocracy. Now, you might say this is a very German perspective, but forgive me, I'm the German ambassador. But we see the threats from the outside to what I would call liberal democracies, but very much also from the inside of our societies. Look at the rise of inherently anti-democratic parties in Europe itself. People who would, I think, just take democracy as a cable car that you ride to the top and then you get out. And how do we deal with that? And there's a longing also for a glorious past, a simpler, glorious past, which, if you look at it closer, never existed. So it's something, it's never a one-way street. And in my country, we have to deal with that very much so. So one of the many elements I thought that I can talk today about is to talk about the way we deal with information. President Trump coined the term fake news. I don't like this word at all. It's like disinformation or information, or it's the truth, or it's a lie. But fake news somehow, anyway. Alternative truth is another one, yeah? An alternative truth. Interesting choice of words. I would call it an overflow of misleading information, and that can actually undermine democracies significantly and lead to very polarized societies, if I look at that. And I think social media plays a crucial role in this. You have, on the one hand, social media that were very helpful in the past to empower citizens, to give them access to information, and to actually have to link information, to link people, to make sure that there is transparency. So it's a very powerful tool. On the other hand, it does away with fact-checking journalists. And that's very important to have that filter, to have somebody who has the professional ethics and some kind of journalistic standards to say, look, I cannot just report this and blare this out. And if then this is being amplified by actors who actually want to destroy democracies the way they see it, either from the inside or also internationally, then this is quite dangerous. And I think AI adds a very, very new and different label of danger to this. There have been principles by UNESCO in 2021 how to deal with artificial intelligence. This was before the Russian invasion, so people talked about this for a long time and tried to deal with how can we address those challenges, because very soon we will not know what's right, what's wrong. Somebody could take a picture of my speech here, generate it differently, and then before I tell people, no, this is not what I said, millions will have seen it, and there we are. Now, it's not relevant what the German ambassador says, but if it's a politically decisive person, then we are on a very different level. So how do we distinguish fact from fiction? And the EU also imposes more and more rules on social media platforms, self-regulation, others, but it's a minefield because you balance free information and you balance the need also for people to hear things that they don't agree with and having to be exposed to them versus like something which is clearly a lie. In Germany, there's one important factor which the longer I'm outside of Germany, the more I cherish it's our public media. So these media systems, I don't know how many of you are familiar with them, but I'll do a little prep talk for them. They're not run by the state, but they're public. So basically, when you own a house or an apartment in Germany, if you have an apartment, you're forced to pay money to upkeep the public broadcasters. So they're not supposed to actually live on commercial revenues alone, but they are given a certain state subsidy. But again, they're not state-run. There's a loose supervision, but they very often are very critical of the German government as well. But what they have to do is they have the honor to inform people and to show different sides of the debate. So if you watch them, you're forced to also deal with arguments that you find very impalatable, that you don't agree with. But a good program basically just highlights these. Most of them, actually we can't take the credit from them, most of them were labeled after 1945, after the BBC, with a public charter broadcasting. And they have a lot of flaws. But I think, if I look at it from the outside, they have an important contribution to a sane culture of public debate. And they have contributed to also the setting up and the establishment of our country the way it is now. And because the way people see debates in public television also encourages them in their own life to debate with each other and to accept that, okay, people have different opinions. But if I see a polarization in social media that you only see either Fox News or something else, where you can't agree on anything anymore. And I think the way we run democracies, this is quite difficult. And it doesn't surprise me at all that the people who want to dismantle at least our democracy in Germany, they hate state media. They hate these public media. They want them dismantled. They want to take over the space. They don't like to give a space to alternative visions of how things could be. But if we don't have that common base in a society to exchange arguments, it will be very difficult, I think, to run democracies without descending into bitter hatred and polarization. And you see it in so many countries. And that also then does a disservice to the system of democracy. Then at one point people say, look, if that's the way, then we don't want it. And you have 50.1% on one side, 49.9% on the other side. That's not going to bring you forward as a society, I would say. So this was, I think, one of the many, many elements, as I said, like you can talk about rule of law, justice, institutional, constitutional setup, citizens' participation. I wanted to highlight this today as a German experience, but I think it's a very important one that we have to address if we care for a system where we do not have to agree, but where at least we agree how to disagree. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 대사님의 귀한 말씀 감사드립니다. 예, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 예, 다음은 두 번째 기조연설 순서입니다. 예, 아마도 태국의 사례를 바탕으로 해서 아시아에서 민주주의 연대와 협력의 필요성을 말씀해 줄 연사이고요. 예, 반디 잔노짜나킷 태국 출라콩대 정책과 교수를 모시고 두 번째 발표를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants. Thanks to the Korea Democracy Foundation for having me here. It's such a great honor to be here among scholars and activists, and of course with you all in this room, also on the live this afternoon. After all, I think after Mr. Ambassador kindly shared the experience during his time in Thailand and his observation, I think it's also my duty to elaborate what is going on in Thailand with my short and concise essay, Thai Democracy at the Crossroads. After the May 2014 coup d'etat, Thailand entered a period marked by the decline of democratic principles. Efforts made toward democratization in the 1990s came to a halt. Notably, the 1997 constitution was torn down, the political participation has been suppressed, and Thai society became deeply polarized among political lines, which faction identifies as yellow and red. Furthermore, criticism of the monarchy increased, but it was met with lawsuits. Any attempt to critique the monarchy could result in charges and detention without bail. Thailand has a long history of coups since 1947, typically resulting in military juntas taking a full control for about a year and then promulgating a new constitution. This pattern has become a recurring feature in Thai politics, often referred to as the vicious circle of Thai politics. However, the 2014 coup d'etat was exceptional case. It has a unique mission to secure smooth transition from the reign of Rama IX to the reign of Rama X, recognizing the necessity of staying in power during the transitional period. The junta government discarded the first draft of constitution. Then they appointed a new constitutional drafting commission to design a new constitution. This process of drafting was prolonged, resulting in the junta government remaining in power for almost 3 years without permanent constitution. Even after the promulgation of 2017 constitution, the junta government faced a series of protests and flag mobs. This new constitution served as a facade for the authoritarian regime, as it has transformed into a competitive authoritarian regime. In this design, the opposition party found it excessively challenging to win elections due to the constitutional mechanism designed to undermine them and prevent them from becoming the ruling party. After the 2019 general election, the junta government continued to govern the country under the guise of Palang Pracharat Party, which became the second largest party in parliament with support from the Senate. This was made possible by the transitory provision allowing the Senate to vote for the Prime Minister, effectively enabling them to override the will of the people. Consequently, General Prayut Chan-o-cha returned as Prime Minister. Facing a significant legitimacy crisis, particularly after the dissolution of the Future Forward Party in February 2020, the Thai youth mobilized demonstrations against the Prayut government. This demonstration was predominantly led by youth movements and some leaders. One of them is in this room. In response, the government initiated legal proceedings against prominent leaders of these youth movements. The situation further deteriorated into the outbreak of the COVID-19, which the government utilized epidemic control measures as a means to suppress the uprising. This led to a series of legal battles against the activists. To this day, youth leaders continue to face numerous lawsuits and legal challenges. The outcome of 2023 general election represents a significant shift and can be seen as the Thai people's response to the junta and the established political order. This result can be viewed as a predictable consequence following youth uprising. In the election, the Move Forward Party, from now on MFP, secured notable victory, winning 101 constituency seats and 39 party list seats, totaling 151 seats in the House of Representatives. The Pheu Thai Party, or PTP, also performed strongly, securing 141 seats. There is 112 constituency and 29 party list seats. The Boom Chai Thai Party came in third with 71 seats. Interestingly, the parties allied with the military performed relatively poor in comparison. The outcome of 2023 election was highly unexpected for the ruling parties, as the MFP secured the highest number of seats in parliament. Even the long-standing champion of the general election since 2010, the Pheu Thai Party, found itself trailing behind the MFP. The so-called victory of the democratic wing of Thai politics includes several parties such as Pheu Thai Party, Thai Sang Thai, Pracha Chat, Seri Rwam Thai, Pheu Thai Rwam Phalang, the Fair Party, and Phalang Sangkhom Mai. These 8 parties signed a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, to form a government. The MOU addresses key issues relating to restoring democracy, writing a new constitution, recognizing same-sex marriages, achieving a sustainable peace in the southern border provinces, and reform the justice system. On May 18, Pita Limjaroenrat, the MFP leader, announced the establishment of working groups tasked with garnering support from the senators and consolidating the new government's policy through the MOU. However, the triumph was short-lived, as the MFP and its coalition secured only 313 seats in the House of Representatives. Under the 2017 Constitution, the parliament consists of 500 members, with 400 members elected from electoral districts to the fast-pass-the-vote voting system, and the remaining 100 members elected from party lists. To form a government, the ruling party needs to secure more than 376 seats to the joint meeting of the parliament and the Senate. In this context, the prospect of Pita Limjaroenrat becoming prime minister and forming a government was dim. The military-appointed Senate held significant influence, accounting for 1/3 of the vote in selection of the prime minister, and the new legal cases posed a threat to his challenge of taking office. On July 13, 2023, during the National Assembly vote, Pita Limjaroenrat received only 324 votes out of 749 legislators, only 13 votes coming from the Senate. Meanwhile, he was grappling with 2 legal cases. The first case revolved around his holding of a media share company, which he denied. The second case is an accusation of the MFP's campaign to reform lèse-majesté law, amounted to an attempt to overthrow the democratic regime of government with the monarchy at the head of the state. From the outset, the MFP coalition appeared fragile. The early sign of discourse, notably the agenda to reform the lèse majesté law, was excluded from MOU. Additionally, conflicts arose between the MFP and Pheu Thai Party over the position of speaker, as both parties sought to seek off legislature council. Ultimately, the leader of Pracha Chat Party was nominated as the speaker, with Padipat Santipada from MFP assuming the role of first deputy speaker and Cholanan Sikeo from Pheu Thai Party serving as the second deputy speaker. Nevertheless, the struggle for the position of prime minister persisted between the MFP and PTP. Rumors circulate that the PTP considered breaking the MOU to collaborate with the former ruling parties. The PTP considered breaking the MOU to collaborate with the former ruling parties to form a government led by Pheu Thai Party to accomplish a critical mission, bringing the ousted Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra back to Thailand. Thaksin, known for his outspoken nature, had even tweeted in his desire to return home. The MFP's second attempt to nominate Pitha as the next PM was thwarted when the Constitutional Court ruled to suspend him from the House. In response, the MFP decided to yield its leadership to the Pheu Thai Party, paving the way for the formation of a new government. Finally, the Pheu Thai government succeeded in securing votes from Sethar Thavisin by forming a new coalition with that exclude MFP. This newly formed coalition comprises four former members of Prayut's government, including Phum Chai Thai, Palang Pracharat, United Thai Nation, Chat Thai Patana, and so on. With support from the Senate, Sethar Thavisin obtained from both houses 480 votes in favor of him, only 165 votes against him, and 81 abstained. The Pheu Thai Party gives the impression that Thailand is now under the civilian rule. However, the ongoing efforts to undermine the MFP illustrate that the competitive authoritarian is exert its influence. The 2017 Constitution provides the Senate with ability to shift victory from pro-reform wing to the hands of former ruling parties. Even Pheu Thai Party could not escape the reality of having to cede important ministry to those former ruling parties, including Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Labor. The composition of Sethar cabinet highlights that Pheu Thai's negotiation with power is diminished compared to its previous alliance with the MFP. This strategy of forming a government has drawn heavily criticism from the pro-democratic wing, particularly MFP and its supporter. The political landscape in Thailand has transitioned from authoritarian rule to the competitive authoritarian rule. However, the Sethar government's emergence highlights a symbiotic relationship between Pheu Thai Party and the Thai establishment. This coalition would potentially pave the way for Thailand's transition into either a full-fledged civil rule or a form of competitive authoritarian concealed beneath the surface. As a result, there are valuable lessons to be drawn from this election. First of all, the victory of MFP demonstrates that it's possible to break through the ceiling of competitive authoritarianism by mobilizing voters to ballot stations. However, it remains challenging to overcome the constitutional barriers designed to consolidate ruling powers from the ruling parties. In Thailand's case, the MFP won the most seats in the parliament, but could face difficulties forming a strong coalition. Additionally, independent organizations still retain ability to thwart the pro-reformation wing without resorting to military intervention, thus marking shift towards a new form of coup d'etat, often cloaked under the guise of a constitutional coup. On the other hand, the FP's victory hope for the Thai people who endure the dark period under the Prayut regime. It's also raised optimism for Myanmar, suggesting the cooperation between Thai Myanmar junta and Thai military may come to an end. However, the new coalition led by Pheu Thai Party has cast doubt of this hope. Secondly, international community can play a significant role in supporting democratization process. For instance, the Gwangju Prize for Human Rights was awarded to two prominent Thai activists, Jatupat Bunpataraksa and Anu Nampa, while they were imprisoned without bail. The international intention not only provides solace for the activists, but also shines a spotlight on the plight of prisoners of conscience, helping to raise awareness about the struggle. My recommendation is first, to expedite the process of drafting a new social contract, I highly recommend that the Pheu Thai Party and government should initiate the drafting a new constitution by assembling experienced politicians, experts in the field of constitutionalism and political institutions, as well as people's representatives. These collaborative efforts can lead to a new social contract aimed at preventing further damage caused by the current 2017 constitution. Secondly, the parliament should establish a truth commission tasked with investigating the junta's transgression, including human rights violations, the use of excessive force against citizens and activists during the challenging times. This commission should operate independently and view the authority to summon witness and gather evidence. Additionally, the Commission should explore feasibility of proposing an amnesty law to provide amnesty for the political cases occurring during the last couple of years. So we look forward for possibilities, but we don't know where to go from now. Probably that's why I named this talk as a Thai democracy at a crossroad. Thank you.
예, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 예. 계속 두 분의 기존 수업 모두 잘 들었고요. 예, 두 분의 귀한 말씀이 세계 민주주의와 자유를 증진하는 데 있어서 소중한 제안이 되기를 희망해 봅니다. 예, 개회식의 마지막 순서입니다. 2023 KDF 글로벌포럼에서는 특별한 순서가 준비되어 있는데요. 예, 오늘 두 개의 민주주의 관련된 국제 네트워크와 함께 저희 사업회가 협정 체결을 진행하고자 합니다. 예, 하나는 민주주의와 선거 지원 국제기구 인터내셔널 IDA라는 IGO고요. 예, 스웨덴에 본부를 두고 있고 세계 34개국의 회원국과 137개 파트너 단체가 가입해 있는 민주주의와 선거 지원 국제기구입니다. 예, 두 번째는 아시아 민주주의 네트워크고요. ADN이라고 불립니다. 아시아 시민사회가 아시아 민주주의 증진을 위해서 활동과 양성을 목적으로 하고 있고요. 아시아 민주주의 네트워크는 태국, 필리핀, 인도네시아, 스리랑카를 대표해서 서울에 본부 사무소가 있습니다. 예, 시간 관계상 소개는 짧게 드리고요. 먼저 교류협력 양의 각서를 교환하기 위해서 ID에서는 스웨덴 본부에서 마커스 브랜드 미얀마 담당관을 파견해 주셨습니다. 간단한 인사 말씀 부탁드려도 될까요? 예, ID의 마커스 브랜드 미얀마 담당관님의 간단한 인사말 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, my name is Marcus Brandt, and I am here to represent International IDEA, the Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance in Stockholm. International IDEA is very happy that our respective organizations have, after negotiations, agreed to sign this MOU, and our Secretary General, Kevin Casas Zamora, and Lena Rikila Tamang, our regional director, are delighted that this MOU signing has become possible. I have the honor to represent them here today. Unfortunately, they could not be here themselves in person. I want to add a few words about International IDEA because it might not be so well known to all of you. Our mandate as an intergovernmental organization, the only one with such a mandate worldwide, is to advance democracy worldwide as a universal human aspiration and an enabler of sustainable development through support to the building, strengthening, and safeguarding of democratic political institutions and processes at all levels. As I already said, we're an intergovernmental organization with a seat at the United Nations as a permanent observer and 34 member states, including several important ones in Asia, like India, Indonesia, Philippines, Mongolia, Japan, and the United States are observer states. And we very much hope that Korea, the Republic of Korea, will also very soon join as a member state. Our work streams are across the variety of democracy, from elections to constitution building, participation and representation, democracy analysis, and I will speak tomorrow about the global state of democracy and the democracy indices that might be of some academic interest, but also now climate change and democracy and digitalization that have become new trends and priorities. We also run regional programs in all parts of the world, and we have country programs, and I have been leading the Myanmar program of International IDEA for the past 3 years and a little bit more, but most of this time from outside of the country, and I will speak tonight a little bit more about what we do in Myanmar and our assessment of the struggle for democracy there. I would also like to add that International IDEA is very keen to support Korean efforts in organizing the Summit for Democracy next year in March, both government and civil society efforts, but also ensuring the continuity of the Summit for Democracy process beyond 2024. This MOU that we just signed today will enable International IDEA and the Korea Democracy Foundation to develop a program of activities which will include, I will not go into detail, organizing and holding international forums and events, hosting meetings for exchange of information, jointly conducting research and promoting exchanges and visits of our respective staff members. International IDEA is for sure very grateful to have this partnership, and we are very interested in discussing and disseminating the remarkable journey of Korean democratization at the global and regional level. And we are ready to support Korean actors in responding to emerging challenges that democracies around the world are facing. So let us substantiate this MOU with concrete collaboration and joint projects in the near future. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
예, 아이디에서는 한국에서 파트너 단체를 찾기 위해서 수년간 노력을 했는데, 예, 그 결실이 맺어진 것이 아닐까라는 생각을 해봅니다. 예, 마커스 씨는 내일 또 민주주의 학술대회에서 아시아 지주 세션을 다루는데요. 거기서도 많은 말씀을 해주실 예정입니다. 예, 다음으로는 ADN의 소수연 팀장님 모시고 간단한 인사말 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Hi, I'm Sue. I'm the Senior Program Manager at the Asia Democracy Network. I was just told to say a few words, so I didn't really prepare anything grand. I apologize about that. But it's such an honor to represent our Secretary General, Ichar Supriyadi, to receive this MOU in his place. And I'm honored to be here among distinguished guests and democracy advocates from all over the world. Just to explain a little bit about the Asia Democracy Network, we're headquartered here. We have offices in Sri Lanka, Philippines, and Indonesia and Bangkok. And we are a network of over 300 national organizations working on various themes, such as elections, migrants issues, and human rights, and we're a network of networks, and we're pretty much a multi-stakeholder platform where we provide spaces for dialogue to progress the discourse of democracy in Asia, and as well as trying to work together, strengthen democratic unity to promote democracy and human rights in the region, as well as hold campaigns. It's exciting for us to sign this MOU with the Korean Democracy Foundation, because we have been, we've been so excited to work with KDF because there's such a rich democracy story in Korea that could resonate to a lot of the Asian democracy advocates. So we're excited, and we hope that we'll do more exciting projects and work together. And thank you again for this opportunity.
일단 들으시면 될 것 같습니다. 이제 양해각서 교환을 진행할 예정이고요. 양해각서 교환은 연구소장인 저와 한반인 사국장이 함께 하겠습니다. 마커스 브랜드 씨와 소전 팀장님, 한반인 사국장님 앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 먼저 사업회와 아이디 간의 각서를 먼저 교환하고 아시아 민주주의 네트워크와 각서를 교환하도록 하겠습니다.
걸리고 사진 한번 찍으시죠. 이사장님 가운데 쓰시고 네 분이 같이. 이사장님 가운데. 이사장님 가운데. 걸리시고.
네, 감사합니다. 이제 준비한 계획 순서가 모두 끝났습니다. 잠시 후 한 10분 정도 휴식 후에요. 이곳에 세션 1과 2를 진행할 예정입니다. 끝나기 전에 먼저 참석하신 분들 단체 촬영 먼저 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 참석하신 분들은 모두 앞으로 나와서 기념 촬영하시고 10분 정도 휴식한 다음에 1세션 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 1세션은 2시 10분에 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
2시 10분부터 최수희 이사장님의 사회로 1세션을 진행하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
켜 있나요?
이게 마이크 작동되는 거예요? 여보세요? 네, 반갑습니다. 첫 번째 세션, 한국 민주주의와 국제연대 함께 만든 민주주의 사회를 맡은 크리스천 아카데미 이사장 최수일입니다. 이런 귀한 반갑습니다. 시간이 좀 이렇게 수년돼서 좀 늦어졌기 때문에 발제자들에게 먼저 양해를 구하고 싶습니다. 원래는 처음에 15분씩 드렸는데 가능하면 10분 정말 죄송합니다. 이렇게 멀리에서 오셨는데 10분 정도의 발제 시간을 드리겠습니다. 그리고 이제 5분의 그 발제 끝에 도널드 베이커 교수님의 이제 마지막 토론이 있고, 그래도 가능하면 시간을 좀 벌어서 여기 앉아 계신 여러분들이 질문하실 수 있는 시간을 가능하면 많이 좀 가질 수 있도록 노력해 보겠습니다. 그 가지고 계신 이 그 참고 자료에 발제자들의 간단한 사실은 너무 간단한 소개만 있어서 제가 발제하시는 선생님들께 부탁드리겠는데, 발제 전에 본인 자신을 소개하는 그런 간단한 소개도 덧붙여 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 이제 시간을 전략하기 위해서 바로 시작하겠는데요. 순서를 맡으신 발제자는 여기 앞에 그 단으로 가셔서 말씀해 주시면 되겠습니다. 먼저 그 독일의 동아시아 선교회를 대표하여 우리 평화와 민주주의 한국 시민을 위한 독일 교회의 연대, 그리고 나중에 이제 우리 그 최현덕 박사님은 독일 시민사회의 측면에서 이 주제에 관한 말씀을 읽겠습니다. 먼저 카이 루크 선생님, 비테션. 박수로 환영하겠습니다.
And then I press here. 안녕하십니까. 저는 Kai Lüke입니다. Hello, I'm Kai, a member of the German East Asia Mission. It's a small association with historical journey, and it's kind of embedded in the landscape of the German Protestant mission societies. Okay, I'm waiting for the slides. Okay, I see them here, but the others don't see them yet, right? Can they be shown here? So the title of my talk is Peace and Democracy, German Church Solidarity for the Korean People. And in the middle, you can see Dorothea Schweitzer and An Byung-Mu, but later I will talk a bit more about them. So today I will introduce the ecumenical church relations between Korea and Germany and how the topics peace and democracy play a role. I also have a biased selection of biographies that show moments of solidarity. In the recent years, the focus has shifted, and I'll also try to give a forecast into the future. So ecumenism means that churches of different denominations work together. Church organizations have top-level and grassroots connections with each other. The German churches and mission societies have consolidated their international relations in the 1970s, and there's an umbrella organization, and then we have the different mission societies. So, for example, the Berlin Missionary Society and the Evangelical Mission in Solidarity, EMS, we'll hear this acronym again, they have relations with the South Korean Protestant churches PROK and PCK Tonghap. So these relations are filled with life through direct partnerships of local church districts in Germany and South Korea. And these have then visit programs on church life and social issues. And then there are also exchange programs for ecumenical co-workers who are sent to each site for more than 1 year, and young youth volunteers who are sent for 6 months or 1 year. And we'll soon learn more about ecumenical co-workers. So what are the main topics of interest in this German-Korean relation. In summary, I would say that the German media reduced South Korea to an economic powerhouse and North Korea to a global security threat, while in contrast, the German church organizations are rather interested in peace, democracy, and social issues. Both the National Council of Churches in Korea, NCCK, we'll also hear this again, and the Protestant Church in Germany, EKD, are members of the World Council of Churches, WCC, a platform that can drive international initiatives for peace and reconciliation. So the wish for peace on the Korean Peninsula was turned into action by the WCC with the Tosanso process started in 1984 to improve international cooperation for peace. The first meeting with South Korea's NCCK and North Korea's Christian Federation, KCF, was in '86 in Switzerland, and this kicked off many more. For example, the German event Kirchentag, that's kind of Church Day in English, '89 in Berlin hosted a meeting as well. And in the WCC setting, there were more than 10 meetings in North Korea and elsewhere. In addition, then there were also 8 direct delegation visits of German churches and the KCF. And German churches kind of always placed a special role with 5 invitations to Germany. And of course, there are also kind of 10 EKD and CCK consultations directly without involving the KCF from the North Korea. So showing solidarity with the democracy movement and civil society from within Germany was a continuous effort. The Korea Coordination Group of the EKD was established as a platform that linked activities in Germany with official structures. Korean congregations in Germany, formed by the 1970s migrant nurses and miners, have an important bridging role for language and culture. We also have the annual Dome Conference that often invites Koreans to Germany to debate questions of peace and justice. Throughout the year, the regular Dome Info Mail and the Korea Info magazine cover topics that are not found elsewhere in German media. But let's take a step back. So where does this Korea solidarity movement in Germany come from? In '67, the South Korean Secret Service kidnapped 17 Koreans living in Germany, among them the famous composer Yoon Il-sung. In Korea, this is known as the East Berlin incident, but later more on that from the other presenters. And Günther Freudenberg and other Germans and Koreans started advocacy work, and Freudenberg even visited court trials in Korea. Similarly, Kim Dae-jung was abducted from Tokyo in '73, leading to the founding of the Korea Committee in '77, and this evolved into the Korea Verband, which is now the main German NGO to cover Korean issues. The Korea Coordination Conference started in '78, and church organizations were also part of that from the start. So I promised you some bios, and now we talk about the 2 persons you saw in the middle of the title slide photo. The first ecumenical co-worker from the EMS in Korea was Dorothea Schweitzer, who was sent to the PROK. She stayed from '75 to '84 and worked at the Korea Theological Study Institute founded by An Byung-moo after he got prohibited from teaching at university. In '76, An got imprisoned and only released after international interventions. His Minjung liberation theology focused on turning to the marginalized and seeking social justice, but not just as a mere charity, but rather seeing them as transformative actors to learn from. An and Schweitzer founded the Diaconia Sisterhood in Mokpo, bringing a new definition to the woman's role and the connection of congregations and social work. Now to Paul Schneis, who after initial missionary work in Japan was sent again in '75 as EMS ecumenical co-worker to the United Church of Christ in Japan, where he supported the NCCK's work for democracy. He attended court proceedings in South Korea, for example, for the death sentence author Kim Chi-ha. In many travels, he brought information out of the country to publish uncensored news in the world press. For example, he brought material for the Letters from South Korea, a series by Professor Ji Myung-kwan, known as TK Student, later on that, in Japan. '78, he was prohibited to enter South Korea, and from then on took the risk to even send his wife or children. A special achievement was the Gwangju Report. Schneis' wife Kyoko went to Seoul in 1980 and alarmed him about the military departure to Gwangju, where the May 18 democratic uprising took place. From Japan, Schneis sent the German reporter Jürgen Hinspeter to document the violent suppression in Gwangju. Hinspeter's journey served as a base for the 2017 movie A Taxi Driver. Paul Schneiss appeared also in the NBC May 18 Democratic Uprising documentary Without Leaving a Name Behind, which you can also find on YouTube. The last DORM member I want to introduce is Lutz Drescher. He was sent as EMS ecumenical co-worker to Korea from 87 to 95. He engaged in social work and Bible studies in poorer neighborhoods, and also remembers how the shared experience of tear gas at street protests created unity with Korean protesters despite him being a foreigner. The slogan he heard then was "No true democracy without reunification," which stuck with him, and peace for Korea became a topic of his heart. Part of the KCF church meetings, he also visited North Korea several times. He has a role as bridge between Germany and Korea, received and accompanied many groups, and translated and published many articles. In the recent times, however, the topics have changed. South Korea's democratization and economic rise brought different social issues and a new global responsibility. Just 2 examples. Jürgen Barut joined the PROK's migrant worker program in 1996 to 2004, and Karina Schumacher, being an ecologist, came to the PROK 2012 as eco-missionary to raise awareness for sustainability. The dorm also supports the cause of the estimated 200,000 comfort women who are girls and women from 13 countries that were forced into sexual slavery in Japanese military camps. The working group of the Korea Verband organized events with survivors and also organized memorial placements of the girls' peace statue Sonyo-sang in Germany. There are unpopular topics in South Korea where the dorm can support the affected minorities from the outside. DORM and EMS support events for the rights of conscious objectors who are refusing military service in South Korea and are punished for this because there is no real alternative civil service. This is a topic that churches in both West and East Germany are familiar with from their past. Another topic that Korean churches struggle with is feminism and support for LGBTIQ identifying people. The German churches have evolved their stance in the last decades, and we hope that Korean churches can do so too. Thus, the dorm serves as an ally for LGBTIQ communities. The last dorm conference this year on feminism was a safe space for sharing experiences. My view for the future is that peace on the Korean Peninsula should, of course, be further supported from Germany. The 2013 WCC Assembly in Busan had the NCCK peace train come from Berlin with over 100 participants, and the German churches could do more. And maybe to wrap up, there are 2 topics that are also very interesting between Germany and Korea for the future, that is becoming a healthy immigration society and taking responsibility for climate change. So in conclusion, here, a quick summary of that. And yeah, I hope you can follow through at the printed material as well.
정말 죄송합니다. 시간 때문에 이렇게 죄송합니다. 너무 짧은 시간을 들여서. 2번째, 우리 일본에서 오신 오카모토 아스시 선생님, 70년대, 80년대 한국 민주화운동과 일본에 대해서 말씀해 주시겠는데요. 말씀하시기 전에 잠깐 자기소개해 주시면 고맙겠습니다.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 私岡本と申します。東京から参りました。簡単な自己紹介をせよということですので、私は1954年に東京で生まれまして、1970年代、先ほどドイツの大使は、80年代に香港で学生時代を過ごされたということですが、私は1970年代に学生時代でした。その意味で、この中ではかなりの年上かなというふうに思います。早稲田大学を出た後、岩波書店という、出版社に入りまして、世界、今お話にあった TK 生の、韓国からの通信を連載していた世界に入りまして、岩波書店の中で、多分30年間ぐらいその雑誌に関わりました。16年間は、編集長をいたしまして、その後、岩波書店の社長を8年、行いまして、一昨年2021年に、 退任をしました。今は、ジャーナリズムの活動、あるいは沖縄で、台湾の危機に対する、台湾との対話、沖縄対話プロジェクトっていうのを、行ったりしております。今日は日本の、1970年代、80年代と韓国民主化運動ということでお話をしたいというふうに思います。日本の民主化はですね、1945年の敗戦によってもたらされました。これはドイツと同じかもしれませんね。それは韓国のように市民が戦って勝ち取ったものではないということは事実だと思いますけれども、日本の社会の底辺に民主主義を求める歴史と力が存在しなければ、その後、現在のように定着することはなかったと思います。民主化とは、文字通り民衆が権力を取り、国や自治体の政治を行うことです。まず第一に政治に参加する人々を広げていくということだと思います。日本の場合であれば近代以来、まず富裕層の男性が選挙に参加し、次に男性すべてが参加し、そして敗戦後、1945年8月以降、女性も非選挙権を獲得しました。最近はですね、選挙権は20歳から18歳に引き下げられましたけれども、外国人の参加というのは、まだ自治体レベルでも認められていません。その意味でまだ非常に途上にあるというふうに言えると思います。と同時に日本の戦後は、まず戦争中、政治権力を握っていた軍人や政治指導者、名簿化への反発、不信によって、政治権力の世代交代が行われました。軍人というのは職業そのものがなくなりました。そして政治の動向ばかりでなく、それまで日本社会を縛ってきた封建的な制度や意識を変えていく過程でもありました。厳しい統制がなくなり、言論が自由になり、日本の各地、各層、各レベルで、それまでの権威、権力との闘争が繰り広げられました。労働運動はすと当たり前のように打つようになり、学生は教授の権威に逆らい、ジャーナリストは政治家のスキャンダルを暴くのに容赦しなくなりました。自治を拡大する運動に市民が多数参加し、家族のレベルでは家制度と父権主義が次第に力を失っていきました。1960年には日米安保条約改定に反対して30万人の市民が国会を取り巻きました。1950年代の朝鮮戦争の頃にはほとんど目立たなかった反戦運動。これは在日朝鮮人の運動は非常に活発でありましたけれども、あんまりたくさんの人たちがこの反戦の運動には、出てこなかったんですけれども、1960年代のベトナム戦争の時には、多くの学生、労働者、市民など、たくさんの人々が、反戦運動に参加をしました。から反公害、環境運動ですね、にも多くの人たちが盛んに参加しましたし、当時のことで社会主義への期待、あるいは幻想と言っていいかもしれませんけれども、それが強かったということは事実ですけれども、人々が自由に物を言い、政治に熱心に参加するという意味で、民主化は大きく進んでいったというふうに言えるかと思います。そしてそれに続く1970年代は、日本の民主主義が最も成熟し、社会全体が最もリベラルだったという時代かもしれません。ベトナム戦争が終わり、日中、米中の和解が実現し、また沖縄の施政権も返還されました。それまでの市民運動の課題、テーマがですね、次々と課題、解決していく中で、日本社会が出会ったのが韓国の民主化運動でした。私自身も1972年に大学に入学をした世代でありますけれども、1973年8月に起きたキム・デジュン氏、当時の韓国野党の指導者ですけれども、彼が東京から拉致されたという事件がありました。非常に大きな私衝撃を受けましたけれども、日本中が震撼し、主権人権の侵害だということで、連日テレビ、新聞が日本政府や韓国の動きを大きく報道したわけです。 私自身もそれまではほとんど関心がなかった韓国で何か大変なことが起きているらしいということで、いろんなものを読んだりするように努力をしました。そして軍事政権の非道とそれと勇敢に戦う民主化運動の姿を知ることになりました。日々起きていることを追いかけているだけでなく、歴史の本を読んだり、韓国民主化を支援する集会などに参加したり、韓国大使館に抗議のデモをしたりなどをしました。戦争の体験といえば、空襲や原爆被害など、いわば被害者としての意識の強かった日本の反戦運動に、加害者としての意識が芽生え始めたのも、この頃のことであります。ベトナム反戦運動に参加していた人々が韓国民主化支援の動きを始めました。ベトナム戦争はアメリカの問題でありましたけれども、韓国の問題は日本の、韓国軍事政権の支援や日本の植民地支配を問うような、いわば自分自身をも批判の対象にしていかざるを得ない運動でありました。1980年のソウルの春から、チョンドファンの奪権、クアンズ事件の悲劇に進んでいく韓国の状況を、日本にいる私たちは固唾を飲んで見つめておりました。キム・デジュン氏の死刑判決には多くの市民が抗議に立ち上がり、連日全国で集会とデモが行われたほか、駅頭で市民のハンストなども行われました。日本の広範な市民社会が韓国の動きに注目し、同情と共感を持って連帯しようとした、非常に稀有な時期ではなかったかと私は思います。私は学生時代、韓国関係の本や雑誌を読み漁る中で、岩波書店の月刊誌世界に連載されていた韓国からの通信に出会い、毎月それを読むようになりました。今、ドイツの方がそれをおっしゃってくださいました。筆者は TK 生という、ペンネームであります。報道機関が厳しく統制を受ける中で、どのメディアにも出ていない民主化運動の情報が出ている秘密通信でありました。弾圧されても立ち上がっていく人々の姿は感動的でした。日本の多くの市民がこの通信を読み、涙し、韓国の人々への共感と尊敬の心を育てたと思います。私は1977年に岩波書店に入社し、世界の配属となりました。読者から作り的に変わり、世界の内部から韓国問題に関わることになりました。韓国からの通信は日本人、アメリカ人、カナダ人、ドイツ人、白石先生の話がさっき出ましたけども、の宣教師の方々が韓国に行って、各地の教会から集められた資料、情報、宣言文などを日本に持って帰ってくると。つまり人が情報を運んだわけです。現地で決死の覚悟で資料を集めたのは、キム・カンシク牧師などの牧師たちであり、東京でそれを原稿にまとめたのはチミョンガン氏、当時東京女子大学の教授で、帰国後、ハンリム大学の日本学研究所長になりましたけれども、であり、支える組織を構想し作り上げたのはオ・ジェシク氏でありました。後にワールドビジョンの総裁です。日本ではやはり教会関係者がこれを助け、また多くの知識人たちが支援をしました。世界の編集長は安江亮介、後に岩波書店の社長になりますけれども、でありました。世界に掲載された通信の情報は英訳されて米国などに伝えられ、世界に韓国民主化運動の思想と実態を伝えました。また韓国では禁書であった、世界を持っていると捕まってしまったらしいですけども、世界は秘密に持ち込まれコピーされて民主化運動の中に広がっていきました。学生の中にはこれを読むために日本語を勉強したという方もいたと聞いています。いわば日本は韓国民主化運動の情報の集約地であり、発信地にもなったのであります。加害者としての意識は70年代に市民研究者から始まり、政治にも影響して90年代に至り、河野談話、村山談話、さらには小渕・金大臣日韓パートナーシップ宣言の歴史認識に結実していったと思います。これは2002年の日朝平壌宣言にもこの認識が伝わっております。一方で、日本の民主化は後退を始めます。社会や世界への関心が薄らぎ、家族や自分のことのみに関心を集中させるマイホーム主義 あるいは民イズムが強まっていきます。国政や自治に参加するのではなく、お任せするという傾向であります。今の日本の政治の最大の課題は、投票率の低下です。労働者はストを打たなくなり、学生はおとなしく授業を受け、ジャーナリストは政権の顔色を伺うようになりました。日本の教会も保守化しています。また、歴史認識の進展に保守の危機感も高まり、90年代以降、バックラッシュが広がっていきます。2002年、小泉首相の訪朝で明らかになった北朝鮮、朝鮮民主主義人民共和国の日本人拉致事件が日本社会の中に北朝鮮への憤り、敵視、警戒感を生じさせました。韓国の民主派の政治に反発、対抗しようとする動きも、このバックラッシュの中から生まれました。こうした流れに乗って登場してきたのが安倍政権、安倍政治だというふうに思っております。民主主義は完成することがありません。課題は次々に押し寄せてきます。それは日韓共通、あるいは世界共通の課題であると思います。多数決の原理の中で少数派の意思をどう尊重するか、社会の分断をどう克服するか、SNS 政治、さっきドイツの大使もおっしゃられましたけど、SNS 政治とかポピュリズム政治とも言える現象をどう収めていくのか、国境を越えた民主主義をどう実現するかなどなどだと思います。連携しながら私も、このテーマについて考えていきたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
고맙습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 이번 세 번째는 미주 한인평화재단 코디네이터이신 김갑송 선생님이 미주 한인들의 한국 민주화운동과 커뮤니티 연대 주제로 말씀해 주시겠습니다. 온라인인가? 어떻게?
네, 들리시나요? 네, 안녕하세요.
김갑송 선생님.
네, 제 소리 들리시나요?
네.
네, 그럼 시작하겠습니다. 저는 미주한인 평화재단, 영어로는 코리안 아메리칸 피스 펀드라는 단체의 전국 코디네이터를 맡고 있고요. 그리고 동시에 미주한인 봉사교육단체 협의회라는 곳의 이사로 일을 하고 있습니다. 지금까지 사실 이 미주 한인들의 한국 민주화 운동이나 커뮤니티 운동은 사실 변방의 얘기로 한국에서 잘 여겨지고, 그렇기 때문에 이런 소개를 할 수 있는 기회가 많지 않은데, 이런 자리를 마련해 주셔서 대단히 감사하고요. 그래서 지금 시간이 많지 않으니까 저희들이 70년대와 80년대, 그리고 그 이후까지 여기 활동을 소개해 드리려고 했는데, 일단 70년대 부분은 제가 좀 생략을 하고 80년대로 바로 시작을 하겠습니다. 70년대에는 미주 한인사회의 한국 민주화 운동은 주로 명망가 위주, 전 UN 대사였던 임창영 박사님을 비롯해서 그런 명망가 위주의 활동이 이제 주를 이루었고요. 또한 이제 김대중 전 대통령이 미국에 계시면서 미국으로 사실상 망명 아닌 망명으로 미국에 살아가시면서 이 김대중 전 대통령을 후원하시는 활동들이 주를 이뤘습니다. 근데 이제 1965년도에 미국에서 이 이민법을 개정을 해서 그 전까지는 자유롭게 이민을 오지 못하던 한인들이, 한국인들이 이 미국에 오게 되면서 이 사실상 미주 한인 사회에서의 이런 한국 민주화 운동이 시작되는 계기였다고 볼 수 있습니다. 그러니까 결국에는 시작부터가 미국의 어떤 이 민권운동, 미국 흑인들이 주로 해서 펼쳤던 민권운동의 역사가 결국 이 미주 한인 사회 운동으로까지 연결되는 그런 이제 역사적 맥락을 볼 수 있는데요. 1980년대 들어서면서부터 이 미국 이민이 본문을 이루게 됩니다. 1년에 거의 3만 명씩이 미국으로 이민을 한인들이 오게 되면서 그 전에 명망가 중심, 그 전에 이제 특정 정치인 후원 활동 중심의 그런 활동이 미주 한인 사회에서의 대중운동으로 이렇게 변화되는 계기가 됩니다. 왜냐하면 한인 인구가 이제 급격히 늘어남에 따라서요. 그래서 이제 미 각지에서 주로 이제 청년들을 중심으로 해서 이 활동이 시작되는데, 제가 이제 그 저희 프레젠테이션 화면을 좀 공유하겠습니다. 네, 보이시죠? 이 프레젠테이션은 저희들이 요번 발제를 위해서 사실 마련된 프레젠테이션은 아니고, 저희 미주한인 봉사교육단체 협의회, 영어로는 National Korean American Service and Education Consortium에서 2세들을 위해서, 2세들 활동에 참여하는 2세들을 위해서 교육 자료로 쓰는 이 자료예요. 그렇지만 이제 저희들 이번 발표랑 연관이 되어 있는 게 많이 있기 때문에 저희들이 이제 제가 이거를 사용하기로 했는데요. 여기 이제 사진에 보이시는 분이 이 미주 한인사회 민주화 운동에는 굉장히 중요한 역할을 맡으신 분이고, 오늘 이분 이야기를 좀 드리겠습니다. 이분은 유남봉 씨라는 분인데요. 1980년 광주 민주항쟁의 주모자로 몰려서 미국으로 망명을 하셨습니다. 오늘 아까 처음에 인사말 해주신 우리 이재호 이사장님 이제 후배입니다. 민주화운동 후배, 아마 잘 아실 텐데요. 그래서 이분이 배를 타고 30일 동안 쫄쫄 굶으면서 미국으로 일항을 했습니다. 그래서 미국에서 망명 신청을 해서 나중에 이제 합법적인 신분도 취득하게 됐는데, 이분이 1983년도에 LA의 민족학교라는 것을 설립을 하면서 사실상 미주 한인사회에서 대중들이 참여하는 한국 민주화운동이 시작이 됐다고 보면 됩니다. 그래서 이분이 이제 만드신 것이 대미 한국 청년연합이라는 단체를 결성을 합니다. 그 다음에 또 이어서는 이 청년들이 아닌 40세 이상의 장년들이 참여하는 또 한겨레운동 미주연합을 결성을 하면서 진보적인 민주화 그리고 통일운동의 선봉에 나서시게 됩니다. 이 한청년 한겨레가 활동이 가장 활발했던 때에는 미 전역 10개 지역의 지부가 있었고, 심지어 캐나다, 호주, 유럽까지 세력을 넓혀서 해외 한국 청년연합까지 결성을 합니다. 이 한청년 한겨레는 이 진보적인 미주 한인사회 민주운동의 맥을 잇겠다고 자부하면서 당시에 이제 많은 활동을 벌이는데요. 특히 이제 그 전까지 이 명망가 중심 정치인 후원 운동들이 가지지 못한 보다 역동적인 활동을 펼칩니다. 예를 들어서 전두환, 노태우 대통령이 미국에 올 경우 미 전국을 쫓아다니면서 저희들은 시위를 벌였고요. 그래서 그때 당시 한국 안기부에서 미국에서 이 한국 군부 정권을 반대하는 사람들이 이렇게 많구나라고 착각을 할 정도로 사실은 저희들이 밴을 타고 전국을 따라다녔습니다. 한 100여 명의 시위대들이. 그래서 그런 일도 있었고요. 그 다음에 이제 한국의 민주화 운동을 지원하기 위해서 대정 마련을 해서 보내거나 양심수 석방 운동을 하거나 한국에서 대대적인 단식 투쟁 같은 게 있을 경우에는 연대에서 단식 투쟁을 함께 펼치기도 하고 그런 활동들을 왕성하게 펼쳤습니다. 그리고 1980년대 후반에 오면서부터는 모두 아시다시피 한국의 민주화 문제는 분단의 문제와 아주 직접적으로 연결돼 있다라는 판단 아래 국제연대 운동과 통일운동을 시작을 했습니다. 그래서 이제 한국의 민주화와 통일을 위해서는 이 미국에서 활동하는 당시에 이제 Third World라고 불렀죠. 제3세계 세력과 연대를 해야 된다는 그런 이치를 걸고서 결국에는 코리아의 평화와 통일을 위한 국제연대위원회라는 걸 만들고 100여 명의 타민족들이 89년도에 임수경 학생, 문규현 신부와 함께 북한을 방문해서 북한에서 국제 평화 대행진을 펼치는 등 통일운동에 앞장섰습니다. 그 다음에 90년대에는 남북한 유엔 동시 분리가입에 항의하는 유엔합 22일 단식 투쟁도 펼쳤고요. 그래서 이제 이런 민주화 운동과 통일 운동을 펼치는 과정에서 한 가지 미주에서의 민주화 운동은 어떤 측면으로 좀 바라보는 것이 좋냐면요. 이거는 비록 미주에 사는 한인들이지만 미국 시민권자들이 펼치는 활동입니다. 그래서 결국에는 미국 사회에 아주 뿌리 깊게 이제 뿌리를 두고 이 미국 사회에서 펼치는 운동이라고 보시면 됩니다. 그래서 그런 뿌리가 있기 때문에 1990년대 이후 한국이 이제 더 이상 군사 독재 정권이 아니라 문민 정부가 들어서면서 이 민주화 운동이 이제 더 이상 해외에서 그렇게 활발해지지 않게 될 때 저희들은 이 새로운 길을 찾았습니다. 그래서 한 손은 조국, 한 손은 동포 사회를 위하여라는 구호를 내걸고 이 미국 사회 민주화 운동, 미국 사회 민권 운동에 나서기 시작을 했습니다. 그러니까 이게 어떤 의미가 있는 거냐면요. 결국에는 한국의 민주화 운동이 미국에 와서 이 미국 사회에 보다 나은 미국 사회, 민주화를 위한 활동에 결국 결정적인 영향을 미치게 또 되는 그런 역사를 가지게 됩니다. 그래서 마침 당시에는 이 미국 사회에서 이 반이민 정책이 몰아치기 시작을 했습니다. 그리고 또 1992년에는 4.29 사태가 발생하면서 폭동이 발생하면서 한인들이 막대한 한인 스몰 비즈니스들이 막대한 피해를 입게 됩니다. 이로 인해서 이 한인들이 더 이상 우리 자신들이 힘을 키우지 않고는 보호받을 수 없다는 자각을 하게 되죠. 그런데 마침 저희들 같은 경우는 재미한국청년이나 한겨레는 활동을 하면서 각 지역에 센터를 차려놓고 각 지역에서 각 지역 커뮤니티를 위한 활동도 동시에 펼쳐왔기 때문에 저희들이 이 활동의 전환이 굉장히 손쉬웠습니다. 그래서 이 각 지역에서 만들었던 커뮤니티 센터들이 하나로 모여서 미주한인 봉사교육단체 협의회라는 또 다른 단체를 만들었고 이 미주한인 봉사교육단체 협의회, 이 미교협이 이제 이민자 권익, 정치력 신장, 사회봉사, 청소년 교육, 한민족 문화 계승 등 5가지 활동을 미 전국에서 펼치기 시작을 했습니다. 이거는 이제 이 사진들은 다 초창기 센터들을 만드는 이제 주인들, 장본인들이 이제 사진을 그때 당시 찍은 거고요. 그리고 이제 이렇게 전국에서 1년에 한 번씩 모여가지고 이 전국 대회를 열고 많이 모일 때는 최고 500명까지도 모여서 이 해외 운동의 강화 발전을 위한 해외 동포대회 등등 이제 주제를 걸고 이렇게 활동을 펼쳐왔던 겁니다. 그래서 이 1990년대에 이렇게 활동이 전환이 되면서 이제 미국 사회의 도메스틱 이슈, 미국 내 이슈에 대한 활동에 적극 나서기 시작을 했는데요. 그것만 하지는 않고 1990년대 아시다시피 북한이 큰 수해를 입게 되죠. 그래서 그 북한의 대홍수에 따른 식량난을 돕기 위해서 이 95년부터 2000년도까지 거의 매일 거리로 나서서 북한 주민 돕기 1인 1달러 기부 캠페인도 펼쳤습니다. 그래서 이 돈을 모두 유엔의 월드 푸드 프로그램에 전달을 했고 그때 당시에 미주 한인사회에서 북한에 보낸 이 식량 지원금이 거의 이 100만 달러에 달할 정도로 그렇게 많은 활동을 펼쳤습니다. 그리고 한청년 한겨레는 2000년에 김대중 대통령께서 이 필라델피아를 방문을 해서 자유의 메달 상을 받으실 때 거의 마지막 활동을 한국 관련 민주화운동 관련 활동을 펼쳤습니다. 왜냐 그때까지도 아직까지 국가보안법이 철폐되지 않았고 지금도 마찬가지로 국가보안법이 철폐되지 않은 상태인데요. 그래서 그때 전부 다 마스크를 쓰고 이 침묵 시위를 펼쳤습니다. 김대중 대통령에게 국가보안법 철폐를 요구한. 그렇게 하면서 한국 관련 운동을 사실상 접었습니다. 접고 이때부터는 본격적으로 미국 사회의 민권운동으로 저희들이 나서기 시작했죠. 그렇게 하면서 큰 성장을 이뤄서 지난 20여 년간 미 전역의 현재 전문 활동가, 이 봉급을 받는 전문 활동가가 거의 200여 명에 이르고 연 예산이 2천만 달러에 달하는 그런 대표적인 한인사회의 시민단체로 컸습니다. 그리고 또 한 가지 특이할 점은 더 이상 1세들이 중심의 단체가 아닌 2세들이 이끌고 그러니까 리더십이 2세들로 바뀌었습니다. 그리고 1세들이 거기에 함께하는 세대를 초월하는 그런 단체로 성장을 했습니다. 그래서 이것은 다름 아니라 한국의 민주화운동이 미주 한인사회에 남긴 큰 업적이라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 이렇게 쭉 활동을 펼쳐왔는데요. 2023년도에 들어서 저희들이 다시 한국을 위한 활동을 펼치기로 결정을 했습니다. 왜냐? 한반도의 긴장이 너무너무 심해지고 있다고 판단을 했기 때문에 다시 이 한반도의 평화운동에 나서기로 결정을 한 거죠. 그래서 이제 이 미교협에서 산하단체로 미주한인평화재단을 설립을 했습니다. 그래서 이 지난 20여간 다루지 않았던 한국 이슈를 다시 다루기 시작한 거죠. 그래서 바로 지난 7월 달에 워싱턴 DC에서 이것 또한 2세들이 중심이 돼서 코리아 픽스 액션이라는 백악관 앞 연방의사당 앞 시위도 벌이고 집회를 하고 했고요. 또 지난 9월 30일에는 한국에서 KNCC를 비롯해서 한국교회협의회를 비롯해서 그 한국의 평화운동 단체들이 뉴욕을 방문해서 유엔 앞에서 또 같이 시위를 벌였습니다. 그래서 이 한국의 민주화 평화 이슈는 지금 다시 미주 한인 사회에서 큰 이슈가 돼가고 있습니다. 그 언제나 한국에서 예를 들어서 박근혜 전 대통령 탄핵을 이끌어낸 촛불식이라든지 이런 일이 있을 때는 미주 한인들이 해외에서도 힘을 보태고 있었는데 지금 미주 한인들이 조국에 대한 걱정이 더욱 심해지고 있습니다. 다름 아닌 한반도 군사 긴장 때문인데요. 그래서 언제나 한국의 민주화와 평화는 이 미주 동포들의 염원이고 조국이 잘 살고 평화로운 것이 해외 동포들의 소망이기 때문에 미주 한인들의 민주화 평화 운동이 아직도 이어지고 있는 것이 우리들의 현실인 것입니다. 네,
고맙습니다. 네,
니다
고맙습니다. 온라인으로 말씀해 주신 김갑순 선생님 고맙습니다. 이어서 이제 분탄 베라옹세 선생님, 태국 WDF 상임 대표께서 초국경 협력에 관한 성찰 말씀해 주시겠습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends and comrades in the struggle. Actually, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Can you get my slide presentation? Okay. First of all, let me express our heartfelt thanks to the host of this meaningful KDF Global Forum for inviting me here. Actually, at the moment, I'm the Secretary General of the Human Rights and Development Foundation in Thailand, and also the coordinator of the Asian Cultural Forum on Development, which is the regional organization run by the civil society. I also part of the democratic movement in Thailand called Campaign for Popular Democracy, as I'm the chairperson. Actually, 10 days ago, we just commemorate our October 14, 1973 popular uprisings. That is also give us a very good opportunity to provide the lesson learned from our past, what we have done, what is our weaknesses, what is our progress on that. And really feel out that the situation there in Thailand is just landslide in the vicious circle. No. After the overthrowing the dictator, and then become the general election, come to the civilian government, and back again to the military coup. Actually, as part of the student movement since the mid-70s, so maybe a little bit younger than our brother from Japan, no? But I might not look so anyway. I was able to learn quite a lot from the textbook, from the news, also from the real situations. So I spent some time in the student movement for almost 15 years, starting from my high school. So I also learned so many things. No? Actually, I was also one of the survivors and the witness of the October the 6th, 1976 massacre in the Thammasat University, in the football ground of the university, in the city, in the middle of Bangkok. So why I said I'm the survivor? Because 2 hours after I left the university, without understanding anything, that military attack to the university, they shoot the M17, M19 or whatsoever, launching the rocket, this and that into the campus. And it resulted in so many people killed on the spot, on the football ground of the very famous university. Several thousand were arrested. So if I'm there, 2 hours later, I might be killed or become arrested by the military regime at that time. So that is also one of the reasons why I feel very strongly that the sense of solidarity is so important for all of us. Of course, when I heard about the story of the Gwangju massacre in 1980, we heard about the death penalty against one of the democratic leaders, Kim Dae-jung, during those years. So the Thai student movement come to the street and also submit the protest letter to your Korean embassy that this is something that really unacceptable. That's because of we have learned quite a lot also many years ago. You know, after the uprising in 1973, after the massacre in 1976, we really feel strongly that if the international community did not do anything, then the people will be killed in vain. I think that is also one of the reasons why we really feel that your democratic movement, your heroic movement here, is very much important. So I'm not going to talk much about the changes. Should I change the slide from here? Okay. I'm going to bring back you to the past and moving forward the future. This is the 50 years of the Thai democratic struggle. Yeah? When 500,000 of people come to the street, demand the government to return the democracy, constitution democracy to the people under the 16 years under military rule. Now, that we learned something about it. So it's something is quite similar to different countries. You know? I have 220 slides to be shown within 15 minutes, so it will be very fast, just like the Shinkansen train in Japan. Okay? This is something happened when the military start shooting people. The tank come to the street, harassing people. Some military shooting the M17 and the bullet gun, the machine gun from helicopter against the people. So many burning everywhere. No? People were killed, and at the end, more than 100 people were killed, and also 1,000 were arrested, and many were injured. And this is the monument we built up. We were able to build up 28 years after the incident because the conservative forces tried to resist to keep the record of the people's history. I think this is something that we have been also pushing very much in the past. And this is October 6, 1976, where I survived and being rescued from the massacre in Thammasat University. Starting from the student demonstration on the football ground, because we opposed to the three tyranny which have been ousted from their power in 1973. Now they left the country. People come to democracy time between 1973 to 76 for some time. Then the military tried to take over once again. People were beaten and killed. As I said, the bomb had been shot into the university. Some students have been tied the rope on the neck and dragging along the football ground. Some people were killed and hang on the tree in front of Thammasat University and beat them even though this guy is about to be died, to be killed. And this is something very brutal. You see the small kid there in the right? So he was smiling. I don't know why he's smiling. Did he know what is really going on? This is also some sentiment against the people who come to the street and oppose to the government. You know? Military coup taken the same day, and 3,000-4,000 students on the campus have been putting down, removed the shirt, the pants, and silenced by the gun of the police and military. Many of my students were killed there. Many of them were beaten badly, and many of them fled to the jungle to join the armed struggle because that is only the reason they can survive from the society. This is another big incident in 1992 when the people rising against opposed to the military rule, which committed the coup d'etat a year ago. Something looks similar. The same place, Democratic Monument on Ratchadamnon Avenue, seemed to be the symbolic venue for the democratic protest, just like Myeongdong Cathedral for some time that we have been also gather people together there. Similar, the silence by the gun when the military have been ordered from the north, from different parts of the city in order to disperse the crowd demonstration. Yeah, finally, Well, we bring back to Asia now. This is the photo of the unwanted dictator in Asia from 1960 up to now. So I also need your confirmation whether it's right. The first guy is General Nevin from Burma. Second one is Ferdinand Marcos from the Philippines. Now his son become in power. Third one is Suharto. Yeah. Fourth one is Lee Kuan Yew. The fifth one is General Field Marshal Salit Thanarat and Thanom Kittiakajon, the two dictatorial military who have been putting in power for almost 16 years until the October 14 in 1973 taken place. The last one, many of you might know, our Cambodian friend Beset, Pol Pot, one of the very brutal, criminal. The second line, I need your confirmation, huh? Pak Chung Hee, Chunduwan, Lo Tevu. Is that okay? Acceptable? Then the next one is Hun Sen from Cambodia, shaking hands with Min Aung Hlaing, the current dictatorial regime in Burma or Myanmar right now. Next is who else you have to figure out afterward. Okay? Situation in Burma is very clear since actually 1962, when General Nevin took power. And also before that, General Aung San, one of the very national democratic heroes, had been assassinated during the cabinet meeting. So something is happening on. I have the chronology, but I will skip this part. Some similarities of the people movement crying for democracy and social justice, and also in response by the brutal military crackdown, sound similar and look similar to different countries. People running, the Buddhist monk, even the Buddhist monk supposed to hold peace, then they also come to the street and oppose to the military rule. Something happened. Even up to now, the 1st February 2 years ago, when the military again once come back to power, they also did the same thing because they said, well, because of failure of the civilian government, this and that, because of the people are not understand democracy enough, this and that. So that is always the case that they also claim. Yeah. Okay, I'll go super fast now. Even the Catholic priests also come to the street oppose the military rule. Yeah. Students and people from all walks of life and oppose to this. So what we can do that? That is also the question that we have to answer later on. In the Philippines, of course, starting from the end of the World War II, Marcos come to power in 1960, and assassination of one of the democratic leader, Aquino, yeah, and also bring about some democratic change and bring about the general election in 1986, yeah, and Marcos lost the power, but there's some corruption, this and that. So Cory Kono have been propped up to be one of the leaders replacing her beloved husband. So this is with Ferdinand Marcos and his soulmate Imelda. In Indonesia, starting from the independence years in 1948, one of the big massacre in 1965. Not many people know about that. I just came from Jakarta a few days ago. I was able to talk to some of the people who have been also victimized by the 1965 massacre, where 1 million of people have been suspect that the pro-communist front have been massacred. But this news have been covered up and, how do you call that? Not covered up. Put it silenced for many years until Suharto have been ousted from power in 1998. So that is also something that very interesting. From the independent hero become the tyranny and the criminal of the national level. Okay, you see the skull, this and that, shooting really badly from those years in 1965 onward. Under the military rule of Suharto, they call it the middle fist. Pancasila have been used as a tool to silence the people. Also, as the big brother, he's also silenced most of the Southeast Asian neighborhood from talking about atrocities happen in Indonesia. That's the reason why people did not know much what happened to the 1965 massacre, as the big brother. So this is also the brutality until the reformacy movement in 1998, when students and young people come to the street and feel that, well, this is enough. So things have been also moving forward. And at least that is also bring about some change. In China, I'm not going to talk much about it. So many of them know what's going to happen in the future. When Mao Zedong come to power, still uprising in 1989 to lead the massacre in Tiananmen. So the big debate over the issue. When Hong Kong back to China in 1996, 1997, as 99 years of turnover whatsoever. So the situation in Hong Kong and China now become more difficult politically, but in terms of economic, maybe something might be also debatable the issue. Many of you might see this picture before, the demonstration in Tiananmen massacre, when the student had been accused as the anti-state, even though there have been also less the issue of corruption within the parties. Very interesting. That is also coincide with the visitation of Gorbachev, who had been regarded. This is Zhao Ziyang, the former president. Actually, we also learned later on, 10 years later, when Zhao Ziyang write a book and also makes a confession on many things. And we really found that, well, that is also some internal politics within the Communist Party of China. East Timor, same thing. Under the attack of the Indonesian army since 1975, before Indonesian army, Suharto have sent the troops both by air, by surface, and by ship to take over Timor-Leste or East Timor as one of the 28 provinces of Indonesia. So many people were killed at the time during those 15 years of occupation, of military domination. More than 300,000 Timor people have been killed, also starvation. So I don't want to talk much about the Korean since you're already here. Of course, one of the very remarkable things that we mentioned earlier is the independence from Japan, the coup led by Park Chung-hee in 1961. Even before that, then the democratic movement opposing the Syngman-rhee, right, in 1960s. So sorry, I missed from this. Of course, including the Guangzhou massacre and uprising and many places. So you have been so much progress to many of us to learn how to bring this tyranny back into prison or whatsoever, to be punished by law and many other things. Korean seem to be very much progress in terms of the both economically, politically, and socially. So that is something that we come here also to congratulate you and also to learn from you. Of course, this struggle will not continue, will not end up so easily. So that is also something similar in terms of the people protest. Should we have any alternative from this sort of a protest and end up by the loss of life of the victim? Some student leaders were there in Guangzhou in 1986, and many people, come to the street. This is when the impeachment taken place several years ago against the corrupted politician. Okay, we can congratulate also the heroic struggle of the May 18 of 1980. So Asia, I would like to sum up here at this time. Chronology of democratization in Asia can be also explained easily by this graphic. Starting from the war, Thailand democracy, Burma coup, Korean, Philippines, Burma, China, and it's also something have been developing as a process. If we are able to connect and establish this international solidarity in supporting one another, I think that is also one of the very most important things. Arab Spring is also another evidence that we should also learn of. So I come to the end when we would like to make the conclusion that the state responds to the people's sentiment, outcry, protest, action, and popular uprising. Many authoritarian states in the region responded to the people's call negatively. Quite often that violence means were used to halt or collapse the movement. Even some democratically elected government couldn't tolerate the blood public protest action resulting in social tragedy. And how many lives have lost during the Korean War, Vietnam War, Indochina War, and human-made war? How many lives lost in Cambodia conflict during the Khmer rule of Pol Pot regime, Indonesian invasion to East Timor, and military rule in different countries like in the Philippines, in Burma, in many other countries when military junta come to power? What happened to the Ukraine conflict outside Asia, and also recently the Israel-Palestine conflict at the moment. So from the humanitarian and human rights point of view, the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives caused by such resolvable conflict cannot be tolerated or accepted. Should we stand up and oppose to those human atrocities firmly without hesitation? Actually, I'm also part of the international committee to organize the World Social Forum next year in Kathmandu in February. If you're interested, please join us, be part of the struggle. For my final word, wherever injustice, dictatorial rule, suppression of militarization of authoritarianism, and human rights violation are, we shall be there for our transborder people solidarity. Building up alliance of hope, building up alliance for present and future of our humanity. And together we shall overcome. Thank you so much.
50년 이상의 민주화운동, 아시아 여러 나라들을 20분 안에 해주시느라고 너무 고생하셨습니다. 이제 곧바로 이어서 우리 최현덕 교수님, 독일 베를린 자유대학에 계신 최현덕 교수님이 한국 민주화운동가에 대한 독일 시민사회사 말씀해 주시겠습니다. 환영합니다. 고맙습니다. 박수로 환영해 주시죠.
안녕하세요. 저는 독일 베를린 자유대학에서 자유대학 한국학과에서 연구교수로 일하면서 한국유럽센터 부소장을 맡고 있습니다. 얼마 전부터 저희가 그 독일과 한국의 관계사를 조명을 하면서 그 일환으로 독일 사회에서 한국에 어떤 연대를 보내왔는지에 대한 연구를 해오고 있습니다. 오늘 발제는 제가 시간 관계상 원고를 중심으로 해서 원고 내용 중심으로 해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 한국의 반독재 민주화 투쟁은 1960년대부터 시작해서 70년대 그리고 1987년에 민주화의 최소한 제도적 측면에서 민주화가 이루어지기까지 상당히 국내에서 강도 높게 전개되었죠. 그런데 국내에서뿐 아니라 그 해외 말하자면 미국, 일본, 독일 등지에서도 상당한 정도의 연대 운동이 있었습니다. 독일에서 전개된 슬라이드 넘겨주시겠어요? 독일에서 전개된 한국 민주화 운동을 주도한 세력으로는 크게 세 집단이 있다고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 첫째 집단은 제독 한인 디아스포라, 그리고 둘째 집단으로는 독일 교회, 그리고 셋째 집단으로는 독일 시민 사회를 둘 수 있겠는데요. 너무나 방대한 이야기라서 오늘 저는 이 중에서 가장 잘 알려지지 않은 독일 시민 사회 운동에 대해서 말씀드리고자 하겠습니다. 독일에서 한국 민주화를 위한 연대 운동의 시작이 언제 시작이 되었는가를 보면 그거는 동백님 사건 관련자들에 대한 구명 운동이 있으면서부터라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 좀 전 카일 루크 선생님도 동백님 운동을 언급하셨는데요. 동백님 사건을 언급하셨는데요. 이제 1967년 그 독일에서 17명 그 5나라에서 30명 정도가 한국 중앙정보부 요원들에 의해서 납치가 되죠. 그렇게 해서 일종의 간접 사건으로 조작이 돼서 발표가 되는데요. 그 전개 과정에 대해서는 많이 알려져 있기 때문에 제가 생략을 하겠습니다. 슬라이드 좀 넘겨주세요. 네. 이 동백님 사건 관련자 구명운동은 사실 사회운동의 측면에서는 지금까지 거의 조명되지 않았었는데요. 그런데 이것이 그 독일에서 상당히 강도 높게 전개된 연대운동이 있었다는 점에서 한국 내에서의 사회운동에는 들어가지 않을지 모르지만은 독일의 연대운동사에서는 상당히 중요한 위치를 차지할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그리고 더구나 이 사건은 이제 독일에서 한인 디아스포라 커뮤니티가 형성되기 시작하는 게 1960년대인데요. 60년대인데 이 독일 커뮤니티가 한인 커뮤니티가 시작한 초기, 그리고 그 한인 디아스포라들을 중심으로 어떠한 그 운동 단체가 설립되기 이전에 이미 독일 지식인 사회를 중심으로 지식인 예술인들을 중심으로 벌어진 한국 연대 운동이었다고 하는 점에서 그 특징이 있다고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 이 사건은 그 독일 사회에서 상당히 대대적으로 전개가 되었고요. 그리고 중요한 매체, 그러니까 특히 주간지, 차이트지를 포함해서 굉장히 많은 독일 매체에서도 보도를 했던 사건인데요. 그렇게 해서 이 연대운동은 또 상당히 성과를 이룬 운동이었다고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그 성과라고 한다면 우선 첫 번째로 대처에 미온적이던 독일 정부에 압력을 가해서 해결을 모색하는 데 영향을 주었고, 그 해결이라고 하는 것, 그러니까 사형 선고를 받은 2명을 포함해서 피납자 전원이 1970년 말까지 모두 감형과 특사의 방식으로 거주국으로 독일, 오스트리아 등 거주국으로 귀환하게 됩니다. 이 사건이 간첩단 사건으로 굉장히 크게 보도된 거에 비하면 전원이 3년 후에 감형 내지 사면의 형식으로 석방되고 귀환되었다고 하는 것은 그 의미가 또 있겠습니다. 또 이 연대운동은 둘째로 독일 매체에 큰 영향을 주어서 한국의 군사 독재 정부에 대한 비판의식과 피해자들의 연대의식이 독일 매체에 전반적으로 유포되는 데 큰 역할을 했습니다. 그래서 이 사건으로 인해 형성된 독일 언론의 한국 군사정권에 대한 비판의식은 이후 한국 상황에 대한 보도에 지속적인 영향을 미치게 되고 이러한 비판적인 독일 매체의 태도는 그 이후 전개되는 한국 연대운동에도 상당히 긍정적으로 전개되게 됩니다. 작용하게 됩니다. 구체적인 연대 활동에 대해서 제가 생략을 하겠고요. 이 사건에 대해서는 그동안 공안 사건이라는 성격상 오랫동안 이루어지지 못하다가 연구는 이루어지지 못하다가 2000년 들어서 과거사 정리 작업이 정부 차원에서 본격적으로 시작되면서 이 사건에 대한 연구도 가능해졌습니다. 하지만 지금까지 연구는 사건의 전체적인 전개 과정을 정리하거나 외교문서 분석에 근거해서 정치 외교적 관계를 분석하는 데 많이 치중되어 있었습니다. 이제는 그 소독 시민사회의 대대적인 연대운동이었다는 점에서 서독 사회 시민사회 운동사, 그다음에 특히 제3세계 연대운동, 그리고 그 한독 관계사라는 측면에서도 이 사건은 조명할 필요가 있다고 생각이 됩니다. 두 번째로요. 슬라이드 넘겨주시면 감사하겠습니다. 두 번째로 넘겨주세요. 한국연대위원회. 이거는 사실 그 동백님 사건 연대 운동은 아까 그 카일 유크 선생님 발표에서도 지적이 되었지만은 이 사건은 또 한 가지 그 나중에 독일에서 한국 민주화를 위한 연대 운동이 연대 운동을 전개시키는 중요한 세력이 형성되는 그런 효과도 가져옵니다. 특히 균터 프로이덴베르크 교수, 오스나브리크 대학의 부총장 대행을 하셨던 분이시고요, 철학 교수이신데요. 그분은 그 동백님 사건을 겪으시면서 그 한국 민주화에 대한 민주화에 대한 관심을 더욱 키우시게 되는데, 이분이 1977년 그 코리아 코미티라고 불리는 한국 연대위원회를 독일에서 결성하게 되고, 그리고 이 단체는 독일에서 한국 연대 운동을 전개한 독일 단체로서 가장 대표적인 단체라고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 이 단체가 독일에서 전개된 한국 연대 운동의 대표적인 단체로 볼 수 있는 이유는 다음과 같습니다. 우선 첫째는 이 단체가 베를린, 오스나브릭, 프랑크푸르트, 뮌헨, 괴팅엔, 루르 지역 등지에 지역회를 둔 서독 전 지역에 걸친 조직이었습니다. 그래서 그 조직으로 보나 회원수로 보나 가장 큰 단체였고요. 그다음 이 단체는 또한 한국 민주화를 위해 연대하는 독일 내 여러 NGO나 또 교회기관 등 그 여러 기관들 간의 네트워크를 만들고 이를 적극적으로 유지하고 관리하는 역할을 했습니다. 이 네트워크의 모임을 한국연석회의 코리아 코디네이션스 커미티 코코코라고 줄여서 불렀는데요. 한국연대위원은 이 모임을 정기적으로 열릴 수 있게 관리하고 또 모임의 성과가 쌓일 수 있도록 회람을 발간을 합니다. 이 회람이 지금 남겨져 있는데요. 이것은 그 독일에서의 한국 연대 운동의 그 모습을 살필 수 있는 중요한 자료가 되고 있습니다. 그리고 세 번째로 이 단체는 그 한국 민주화를 위한 국제 네트워크에도 그 독일 시민사회를 대표해서 참석하게 됩니다. 이 한국 연대위원회가 창립된 창립이 이제 1977년 2월에 되는데요. 이때 한국 연대위원회의 창립의 의의를 살펴본다면요. 한국 연대위원회가 어떻게 창립이 되었는지를 살펴보면 첫째, 1973년 8월 김대중 선생 납치 사건이 일어나죠. 그리고 1974년 김지아 시인의 구속과 사형 선고가 알려지게 되면서 이미 동백님 사건을 직접 겪고 연대 활동을 전개했던 프로이덴베르크 교수는 한국의 사태가 극히 심각함을 느끼고 자기가 그동안 암네스티 인터내셔널 회원 차원에서 해왔던 정도로는 한국의 민주화에 별로 큰 도움이 되지 않는다고 느끼면서 보다 적극적인 대안을 모색하게 됩니다. 그리고 두 번째로는 1972년 유신헌법이 선포된 이후 독일 디아스포라 사회에서도 여러 가지 단체들이 결성이 되는데 한인 디아스포라 조직들을 독일 조직으로서 연대하고 후원할 그럴 필요가 생기고요. 그다음에 이제 국제적 네트워크에 참가할 필요가 생기는 거죠. 이러한 것을 계기로 해서 코리아 코미테가 성립이 됐고요. 그리고 성립이 된 후 여러 가지 활동을 많이 합니다. 토론회, 한국의 날 개최, 전시회 등 한국 문제를 알리는 행사, 그다음에 한국 문제를 알리는 정기 비정기 출판물, 그다음에 항의 시위, 데모, 시가행진, 그리고 무엇보다 중요한 것은 독일 매체를 향한 작업이었는데요. 보도자료 때때로 시기마다 보도자료를 작성하고 배포하고, 그다음에 모금을 해서 정치범들에게 보내고, 그다음에 독일 의회 정부 그리고 사회주의 인터내셔널 등의 로비 활동을 했습니다. 그렇게 해서 적극적으로 활동을 하다가 1987년 한국이 민주화가 되고 그 민주화가 점점 진행되면서 그 독재 체제 하에서 전개했던 그런 운동과는 다른 방식으로 새로운 상황에 대처할 필요가 있다는 생각이 들어서 이 단체는 1990년 코리아 협의회라는 새로운 단체를 만들고, 그 단체를 통해서 한국과 독일 간의 그 상호문화적인 협력 관계를, 교육과 정보를 통한 상호문화적인 그런 일을 하는 새로운 조직을 만들고, 자기 자신은 1994년에 해산하게 됩니다. 그 이외에 다른 단체들이 또 있는데요. 이거는 제가 그 원고에 적어놨으니까 보시고요. 이것으로 저희 발제는 마치겠습니다.
고맙습니다. 네, 우리 주최 측에서 35분에 마치라고 말씀을 해주셔서 우리 베이커 교수님께 10분 드리는 것 대단히 죄송합니다. 바로 말씀하시 미안합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 캐나다 유니버시티 브리티시 콜ум비아에서 한국 문화사를 가르치고 있는 존 베이커입니다. I want to say I'm very honored to be asked to come here and discuss these papers. I happen to be in Seoul to give lectures at Sungkyunkwan University on Confucianism 300 years ago. So I'm very pleased to be able to talk about contemporary Korea. These papers, they brought back for me very strong memories when I was in Korea in the 1970s and the 1980s. That's when Korea was, of course, struggling to establish a democratic government. They remind me of how much strength the Korean pro-democracy activists gained from the support they received from overseas, from Germany, North America, and Japan in particular. I was living in Korea in 1972 when Park Chung-hee, we heard about him earlier, he threw out the Constitution and declared what he called Korean-style democracy, which really meant one-man rule, Park Chung-hee's rule. And I remember how angry my Korean friends were at that time. And I remember how depressed I was to see the country I'd come to love. I'd come to Korea in 1971. And I'd come to really love Korea and had great hope for Korea. And I thought my hopes were dashed in 1972 when Park Chung-hee declared the end of democracy during his lifetime. Now, at that time, I was living out in the southwestern city of Gwangju. We've heard about Gwangju many times today. I didn't know anything about support from overseas at that time for Korea's democratization movement. And I wasn't living in Seoul, so I didn't know what people were doing in Seoul at the time. There were both Korean, of course, and also non-Korean activists in Seoul working for democratization. I didn't know that. I returned to North America in 1974, and that's when I found out about how actively people outside of Korea were supporting those inside Korea who were fighting for democracy. From 1974 to 1978, I was in Seattle studying for a PhD in Korean history at the University of Washington. By the way, I studied the persecution of Christians in 18th century Korea. That's what I studied. That's when I first learned about letters from TK, which we heard from Mr. Akamoto. These were incredibly informative. Those letters were full of all kind of inside information about what was going on inside the Park Chung-hee government. We could not figure out who was writing them because they were secret. We were very curious. It seemed to suggest that there were internal debates within the Park Chung-hee government about how far to go with this dictatorship. So that gave us some hope that there was pressure even within the Park government, we thought, to push for democracy. Because later we found out that was true when the head of the Korean CIA assassinated Park Chung-hee in 1979. And while I was in Seattle, I also learned about the work of Christian communities who were playing in Korea and in Japan, and smuggling information out of Korea for the TK letters. And then I began meeting members of the Korean community in Seattle. And I learned of the important role played by Christians in providing not only verbal support, but at times financial support for the democratization movement in the 1970s, both in the US, by the way, and in Canada. I'm originally American. At that time, I didn't know the names of the various Korean American organizations that we heard from Kap Sung Kim. I did get to know several leaders of the Seattle Korean American community, and I saw how dedicated they were to restoring democracy in their homeland. I also learned through them of the important role that was being played by Korean Americans and non-Koreans in the democratization movement. The non-Koreans included not only missionaries in Seoul, but also Christian activists living and working in the U.S. I'm thinking of people like a man named Ferris Harvey and the North American Coalition for Human Rights in Korea. It was very, very important at that time. Okay? It was that overseas support which kept pro-democracy activists in Korea itself from falling into despair. Okay? That became even more clear to me when I returned to Korea in 1978. I came back to do research for my doctoral dissertation. In 1979, I was living in Seoul, and I learned of the arrest of 6 staff members of the Christian Academy in Seoul. They were charged with the misuse of funds that had been given by Christian groups in Germany. Okay? And the thing is, the German donors didn't think the money was misused. Okay? And the German donors actually provided about 70% of the budget of the Christian Academy. The Christian Academy's crime was studying social democracy. That was their crime. It was being used the way the German donors wanted it to be used, to help the marginalized members of Korean society. The Christian Academy was not openly pushing for an end to Park's dictatorship, but the help it gave those who were paying a heavy price for Park Chung-hee's forced march to industrialization, that was seen as threatening Park's hold on power. So the price they paid was being arrested. Mm-hmm. They didn't spend much time in jail, by the way, because overseas activists from Germany, particularly, came to Seoul to watch their trials. And the Park government was very concerned about overseas perceptions, because he called himself a leader of a group of leaders of the free world, is what he called himself. And so that show of international solidarity, again, gave hope to those who wanted the people of Korea to be able to govern themselves. Now, we didn't hear about the Christian Academy today. We hear about, instead, the reporting of Jürgen Heitzpeter. Heitzpeter is very important because he took a video camera with him when he went to the city of Gwangju in May 1980, when there was basically a 10-day period of the citizens being massacred by Chun Doo-hwan's special forces. I was in Gwangju in May 1980. I was in Seoul. I learned on shortwave radio what was happening. I had to get around the army lines. I went there. It was horrible. There were only 2 video camera crews. One was Japanese, NHK, and one was German. And that was very important. It was very important for the outside world to know what happened there. When I was leaving, grandmother types grabbed me by the arm and said, "Tell the world what happened." Okay. So, but again, just like in 1972 when Park threw out his constitution, I fell into despair. I could not imagine Korea becoming democratic after what I saw in 1980. But again, people outside of Korea worked with people in Korea to slowly let the world know what had happened, and that it was totally unacceptable. Okay? By the way, whenever I spoke about what happened in Gwangju, when I moved to Vancouver, British Columbia in '87, the Korean consulate was not happy with me. They told students not to take my class because I would talk about what I saw. But I believe that pressure from overseas in particular not only strengthened the internal activists, but it made the government was brutal, more brutal than Park Chung-hee, and more corrupt than Park Chung-hee, but it kept them from going even worse And it may have been one of the reasons the pro-democracy demonstrations in Seoul in 87 were not crushed by military force. There were tanks on the street in the middle of the night in June 1987. People don't know that. And they were pulled back before people could see them. Okay? So, as a scholar of Korean history, I was confident that Korea would someday become a democratic country. I knew that. I have faith in the Korean people. But I believe that the support that the pro-democracy activists received from outside Korea ensured that the transition from dictatorship to democracy did not take as much time as it might have otherwise. Okay? Now, Koreans themselves brought democracy to Korea. Those of us outside didn't do that. But the international solidarity with the Koreans' democratization movement gave Koreans hope, which inspired them with even more determination to keep working towards the goal of the democratic Korea that we see today. Thank you.
예정된 시간보다 이제 5분, 우리 20분 늦게 시작해서 5분 조금 연장했습니다. 개별적으로 질문하실 분들은 죄송하지만 쉬는 시간에 를 이용하셔서 요 발제하신 선생님들에게 물어보시는 것으로 토론은 종결하겠습니다. 참여해 주신 모든 우리 발제자 선생님께 감사의 박수 드림으로써 마치겠습니다. 수고하셨습니다. 고맙습니다. 그리고 죄송합니다.
네, 다음 세션은 3시 50분부터 시작하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 저희가 오후에 계속 이야기를 듣다 보니까 굉장히 짧은 시간에 굉장히 중요한 얘기를 너무 압축적으로 들어서 사실은 좀 굉장히 아쉽다 하는 생각을 계속 갖고 들었습니다. 근데 두 번째 세션도 조금 아쉬움이 남을 것 같아서 시간을 조금 재촉해야 될 것 같습니다. 그 일부 세션을 들으니까 저희가 이제 앞으로 한 3년 정도 지나면 한국도 민주화운동 한 지가 40주년을 맞이하게 됩니다. 그래서 그동안 우리가 뭘 어떻게 발전해 왔는가를 많이 반성하게 하는데 특히 일부는 아마 한국의 민주화운동과 국제연대, 그래서 그 아시아의 시각에서, 일본의 시각에서, 독일의 시각에서 또 아까 베이커 선생님 같은 경우는 한 외국인의 시각에서 한국 문제 어떻게 관심을 갖게 됐고 어떻게 연대했는가를 말씀해 주신 것 같고요. 이분은 아마 오히려 한국이 아니라 지금 벌어지고 있는 아시아의 민주화 문제들을 우리가 오늘 좀 더 배우고 그걸 통해서 한국이 그런 아시아 민주주의에 어떤 역할을 할 수 있을까도 함께 고민해보는 그런 시간이 되었으면 합니다. 그 이야기 들으면서 저는 사실은 1955년 반둥회의가 비록 시민사회가 만든 회의는 아니지만 아시아의 평화 민주주의에 대한 한번 꿈을 명시적으로 밝혔던, 그래서 반둥 스피릿이 우리가 한번 다시 생각해 볼 그런 시점이 아닌가 이런 생각도 해 보았습니다. 제가 얘기를 더 길게 안 하고요. 여기 계신 선생님들께서도 1세션하고 마찬가지로 죄송하지만 10분 하지만 제 생각에는 발표의 내용도 중요하지만 이 자리가 여러분들하고 네트워크도 되는 자리였으면 좋겠다는 생각을 갖고 있습니다. 그래야 우리가 앞으로 계속해서 일을 해나갈 수 있으니까. 그래서 10분 중에 1분은 자기가 하고 싶은 얘기나 정말 자기소개를 간단하게 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 다 이해가 되셨나요? 예. 네. 오케이. 자, 그러면 첫 번째 발제는 우리 힘윤 선생님께서 자기 소개 더불어서 말씀을 해주시도록 하겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for this opportunity for me to share our experience on democracy in Cambodia. Actually, the democracy in Cambodia, after like our previous speaker said, our Cambodian people are suffer from the Khmer rule time and from the even from the civil war as well. And even the Vietnam War affected to the civil war in Cambodia. And the Cambodian is after the monarchy and come to the civil war and Khmer rule time. And after that, in 19 91 is a Paris Peace Accord, mean agree between the conflict party, and then the democracy in Cambodia after the civil war. And after that, from the 1998, it means that the elections are organized by the National Election Committee by its own. And from that time, and from another side is this system of the country from the national government and to the subnational, and the election is from the national election is mean the parliamentary election and commune election, and other is like the non-general election. And from that is we can see that even bring back the democracy in Cambodia after the civil war, and even organized by the election organized by the United Nations traditionally in Cambodia. But we can see the trend of restriction to the democracy in Cambodia in 2027 after the 2013 is the democracy, it seemed high for Cambodia, and the opposition party is still can some majority, like a lot of seats in the parliamentary house, and but unfortunately 2017 is this opposition party are dissolved by the ruling party. Yeah, and for that is the member of National Assembly are banned to practice their political right, like over 118, like the CNRP, mean the National Rescue Party member are banned from the active participate in the contesting the election. And even 2018, the ruling party is take the whole of parliamentary seat, or we can say that like mono party in that time. And even after that, in this year election, is we will get more restriction from the ruling party as well, and from the National Rescue Party, CNOP, to the Candlelight Party, but they still unfortunate to contest the vote, cannot participate in the contesting the vote in this year parliamentary election. Yeah, and and this is like some quote from some other, like from the UN expert and from the other election analysis, and we still face restriction to the journalists, to the like some independent media are closed, like the VOD, the Voice of Democracy, it closed in February before the election coming in July, because and the civil society also getting more restriction on that as well. And come to the participation to improve democracy, it means that from different, from the woman, from youth, from worker, from farmer, but through the woman in decision making, or woman in the mean the high, the top parliamentarian house and the lower parliamentarian, or we can say the commune council is still low. And for example, this year, only women are still less, like only 12.8 women in the parliamentary seat or in decision making. Yeah. And of course, like our previous speaker said, this democracy also impact to economic, to social, to justice, to environment. All these sectors are impact from the democracy. Like through the talk to the government factory after the democracy is not really well implemented or well practiced, and they are impact to family income, and they are debt in from the microfinance. Yeah. And even the small vendor, they also facing with the client. It is impact to the economic. And from the democracy, the GSP also, like from Cambodian, from the 1997 to 2026, get more free, duty-free export to United States, but also cut from this GSP that Cambodian have the opportunity to bring for duty-free with that. And other is EBA, mean everything but not arm. Also, Cambodian has product export to the European also cut from the August 12, 2020. Yeah, and this is the experience from our democracy practice in Cambodia. And we have also some recommendation to the government to be and political actor, including newly formed and other parties should be hold political reconciliation dialogue, reduce tension, and encourage more open to the public debate. And the royal government must be ensured that freedom from fear, allow people freely exercise their fundamental right before, on, during, and after election, and free drop motivate charge against political and civil society. Yeah, because they still have not free from charge from the court to some politicians and social activists. And ensure space for the journalists and human rights defenders to their legitimate work without harassment and intimidated by the government. Yeah, and also allow them to reopen all these independent media. Yeah, and we want the opposition party and need to allow the review and elect for the commission, because of the commission. They have a formula from 4 from the ruling party, another 4 from the opposition party, and 1 from the civil society. And we want back all this National Election Committee to be neutrality for running the election. This is from my presentation, and if any question or need for more clarification, I'm welcome for that. And we from the international side look to Cambodian, it seems more democracy practice, but the reality is more restriction. Even we are the civil society organization, we are much care on the freedom of expression and even the activity as well at the grassroots level. Yeah, and we also urge for international support and on civil society and peace activists and peace building as well for our society improvement. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kim Yoon, thank you very much, but you spent only 9 minutes, so you still have 1 minute. So would you please explain about yourself, because you just skipped the last
slide. I'm Kim Yoon. I'm working for the Executive Director of the Coalition for Integrity and Social Accountability. I'm one of the Goodwill Ambassador of the Korean Democracy Foundation. And thank you for gives me the opportunity to work with you all. And this is add value for me to work with our society and in region as well as for the international stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 예, 지금 이제 캄보디아 말씀 여러분 들으셨는데 그 동남아는 다 아시겠습니다만 그 동티모르까지 해서 11개 국가가 중에서 이제 아세안 국가 10개국은 우리 남한뿐만 아니라 북한하고도 다 수교를 동시에 맺고 있는 국가들이기도 합니다. 그리고 또 우리가 긴밀한 관계를 갖고 있고 또 특히 최근에는 아세안의 여러 가지 그 힘들이 등장하고 있어서 오늘 발표하시는 분들 이야기 우리가 좀 잘 경청할 수 있으면 좋을 것 같습니다. 예, 다음은 방글라데시. 방글라데시는 아세안은 아니죠. 그러나 우리하고 굉장히 긴밀하게 관련되어 있는 나라이기도 합니다. 자, 무스타인 자이르 편집위원께서 방글라데시의 민주적 전환에 관해서 말씀해 주겠습니다. 나이스. 예, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor. I guess we met after 10 years, right?
So.
Yeah. And also seeing some friends, old friends. And thanks, KDF, for inviting and giving me this opportunity to share. It is only 10 minutes, so I thought I will share what we have been experiencing in the last 10 years. 10 minutes for 10 years, maybe a bit challenging. Let me take you to a personal journey. While I was having my master's at Sunggung University, 10 years ago, I was doing my master's thesis at the university, and I was doing an internship. Professor Lee helped me during that time. I was focusing on East Asian conflict, the maritime boundary dispute, and how it will impact the next decades of geopolitical relationship and democracy and other related struggle, and especially what the civil society needs to focus on. During that time, the pivot to Asia and this kind of discussions was basically just starting, but little I knew that not part of East Asia, but broadly Bangladesh as Asian country in South Asia will be very much part of this dispute and maybe a victim of what will come after 10 years and how that happened. Let's go back, next slide. So this geopolitical rivalry and the kind of things that we are seeing, these competitions, is creating a divide between the democratic world's open society and more of a dictatorial and authoritarian regime. So I put two pictures. One, most of you may know, Professor Dr. Yunus, the Nobel laureate, the only Nobel laureate in Bangladesh who got the Peace Prize. He is facing 174 cases in Bangladesh. I think that is the summary of what is happening in Bangladesh. You can think what this person could do to face 174 cases. Another person, some of you may know, he is also a Guangzhou Human Rights Prize winner, human rights activist, Adilur Rahman. He was put in jail. The crime was he documented human rights violations and published a report. And luckily, he got out from the jail on bail, but the court actually imprisoned him for 2 years. So they're still battling in the court. Next slide, please. So broadly, what happened? How we got there? So in the last 15 years, we basically have been seeing a democratic backsliding in Bangladesh. And two consecutive elections that held in 2014 and 18 were massively rigged, controversial, and people could not vote. And the most important right for our modern existence, to have the right to rights, right? And that is when you could choose your elected government, those who are accountable to you, we have lost that, and this is the consequence that we are facing. So that happened in a country, and very unique in South Asia. You know the complicated history, I'm not going into that. But Bangladesh is the only country fought an independence war just to install the representative government that we were denied in 1971. And that was the founding principle and ethos. Based on that, we had this independence and liberation war. But in the last 5 decades, we made a disservice to the promise and also these aspirations of the people for which million actually gives blood. And this is continuing, and in the last 10 years, it got basically complicated. We were more or less a functioning democracy, what we could say that electoral democracy. It was not perfect, it was not good, but at least we had this electoral system where the political parties and politicians had one final limit that they had to face election, therefore they had to face people, they need to go for a vote, and there will be some sort of this, reshuffling, and they need to also face charges, or even they can face trial if they do something terribly bad. But since we do not have elections now, nobody cares, and people doesn't matter anymore. And this is something that we are going to face this year. Actually, in Bangladesh now, there is a big protest and movement going on. On Saturday, after just 3 days, 28th, there will be a mass gathering in Dhaka. After leaving Korea, I will be there. I don't know what will happen to many of the people. What we are demanding basically, we had a constitutional provision to oversee election without any influence, manipulations, or interference from the incumbent government. That is what we call caretaker government. This is something very unique we developed during 90s when we actually fought against a military dictator, and after that, that was the social, actually, our agreement and political settlement that election should be free, fair, credible, participatory, and incumbent government would try to manipulate and influence, so we don't want that. So we want a neutral caretaker government incorporated in constitutional system, so that we have this. We had that, and that was basically more or less working very, very good. But the current regime basically abolished that on a flimsy ground, and therefore they could actually steal the right to vote. And in the last 2 elections, they did not allow us to actually elect the government. Next slide. So because of that, they basically made every political institution partisan and polarized, so it's not actually functioning. Next slide. So why it is important, not only for Bangladesh, actually, as I said at the beginning of my discussion, that Bangladesh is at the heart of Bay of Bengal, which is the opening of the Indian Ocean, and it is basically, it connects ASEAN and South Asia. So Bangladesh has become the bone of contention between now the 2 rivaling forces, the illiberal authoritarian state and forces, and between the West, those who are firmly promoting democracy and human rights, at least in case of Bangladesh at this point of time, that I should say. And if we lose, just 3 minutes, okay, I will finish by 3 minutes. So this is going to be the last chance for us to restore democracy through electoral system, and this is why we're demanding this reform. And if we fail to do so, we run the risk of losing the semblance of electoral democracy, and maybe Bangladesh will be permanently going to this direction, what we call death slope of democracy and authoritarian system of governance, which has already become one-party system, but that will be the permanent fate of this country. That will definitely embolden those who are trying to discredit democracy, those who are trying to create this rivalry, and that may have ramifications across Asia. And one more important thing, with that I will finish this. The struggle that we are having may not be that much loud and covered in international media, But you all know that we are hosting 1 million Rohingya refugees who fled a genocidal violence in Burma. And the Burmese people are now fighting and trying to restore democracy. So these two are actually linked together. If we do not have democracy in Burma, we will not be able to stand beside the forces fighting for democracy. And there will be no way or future to resolve the Rohingya crisis, which we all need to address. And that should be the common cause. To look at Bangladesh, its ongoing democratic struggle, and show your solidarity. Of course, this is our struggle. We will have to do it, but international solidarity means I would end my discussion with this positive note taking from Mr. Baker. Thank you.
예, 시간 딱 지켜주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 예, 두 번째는 우리 인도의 CSJD 상임대표 일란바 나약 선생님이 발표해 주시겠습니다.
Respected dignitaries from across the globe, hearty greetings to all of you on this KDF Global Forum 2023. I am Nilamban Naik. I represent an advocacy and human rights organization called Center for Social Justice and Development. It is based in India, in a state called Odisha, Bhubaneswar. Dear friends, I am asked to talk about and express my views and concerns regarding need of international solidarity and role of civil society in strengthening local democracy. Friends, need of international solidarity is must in the present context because we see in the entire globe, everywhere, it is the state who becomes the violator of human rights. And we, the civil society group, must come together and extend our solidarity to support each other for creating a vibrant democracy in our own country. So therefore, in India, we also need international solidarity for social democracy. Today, what we see here, the KDF Global Forum this year, it is a great step forward in the direction of strengthening democratic values, ethos, and practices all around the world. It is prioritizing the basic human rights for all in these areas and where they are lacking with the help of civil society and local bodies. Friends, being the largest democracy of the world, India, surpassing China in population recently, India has come to a long way as a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic since its independence in 1947. And its inception from its constitution in 1950. Though India has become the fifth largest democracy of the world, we are still a developing country with a very low rank, 132 in 2022, in the Human Development Index. It is because mere political democracy has become meaningless in many parts and at many levels in India because of very evidently absence of social and economic democracy, marginalization of their weaker section of the society, like the Dalit, tribals, violation of human rights of the minorities, violence and crime against women, discrimination on the basis of caste, religion, gender, along with high rate of unemployment among educated youths, poor standard of living leading to many unhealthy and traditional practices. In matters of health, hygiene are some of the issues that are staring of the face of the nation. The government of India has been sparingly able to tackle a few of the issues successfully, while in many parts or others it has failed very badly. Caste communal polarization were never so deep in the country as it is now. The recent violence between Matai, scheduled caste, and Kuki, scheduled tribe in the state of Manipur of India has shaken the conscience of the world. has communal angle to it too. The democratic process in India has been successful at many levels, though if we look at the overall economic growth, which can never be confused with growth at all levels, we as a nation have still a long way to go to achieve holistic development of the entire population, as well as sustainable development goals. The absence of a vibrant and functional civil society since the inception of the current regime has worsened the situation to a large extent. Almost all nations, national and international NGOs, let apart the local ones, have come to a standstill. As a result of official curtailment of foreign aids to these NGOs by current government, even internationally acclaimed charitable institutions like the Missionaries of Charities were not spared of this onslaught by the government, though it later reversed its decision by suspending the foreign contribution regulation account of Missionaries of Charity by the international pressure. In such a situation, we the small development organizations like Center for Social Justice and Development have to struggle a lot to serve the people of our area in whatsoever way we used to do earlier. Dear friends, when we are talking about the democracy, I would like to emphasize on democracy here, because in India we have three-tier panchayat raj system, where at the panchayat level and the block level and the district level, we have the elections where the people can participate and community leaders can be the people's representative and get elected for that. Dear friends, though we have system, though we have law in our constitution, we have the principle of justice, still we see democracy, there is no space for a good democracy, for a democracy to be practiced. That's the reason Martin Luther King Jr., who has aptly said, rights are toothless wonders without people participation in decision-making process in their development. People need to participate and be part of this democratic system. Dear friends, I would like to say one quotation in Odia. Avineta heu ba rajaneta heu, mantri heu ba jantri heu, riska chalako heu ba jilha palako heu, samaste janatanka pai o janatanka manchare uttaradai. Whether it is someone is a film star or someone is a politician, whether someone is a minister or someone is an engineer, whether someone is a rickshaw puller or someone is a chief of district administrator, everyone is responsible and accountable in the stage of the people. Whoever it may be, everyone is responsible to be accountable and everyone is answerable in the stage of the people. Dear friends, that is the reason today Korean Democracy Foundation 2023 Global Forum, this call is nothing but a call to an action, enabling the civil society in the context of strengthening democracy. Civil society is a core of democracy, and civil society creatively applies innovative solutions to the problems. And civil society is facing different growing challenges we see. Therefore, development, collaboration, and support is very much required. Civil society needs to engage institutional mechanisms to strengthen and regulate and monitor the work of the state. Dear friends, civil society needs to have dialogue to establish reinforcing the transparency to the work of the state. And civil society are the voice of the marginalized communities. And it is the civil society who holds the government and multinational to be accountable towards and responsible and response and recovery. Civil society needs to have regular dialogue at least once in 6 months or once in 1 year for rebuilding their trust. And development cooperation is most important for civil society more than ever before. We need to find out the ways to enable civil society to support the developing countries. And there must be policy and legal framework to enable civil society. Friends, engaging civil society and media is most important for vibrant democracy. And participation of civil society engagement of non-state actor required for strong democracy. Civil society must monitor and should work hand in hand with the government. The stronger role of civil society is to enable the civil society. Therefore, friends, I'm going to wind up this, and the civil society must identify the gaps and critical challenges. Local action by local institution at local level is very much more effective than anything else that we experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Civil society faces challenges as a frontline workers. Civil society loses life. There is no insurance for them. When we work in the civil society and we lose our life, no one is giving us insurances. No one is given any kind of compensation. When you raise voice, you are attacked. And when you raise voice, you are attacked and made silence. And there are penalties if you post anything, any news in the against the government. Then in the social media, you are attacked and you are penalized. Dear friends, larger countries must make statements to support civil society, and frontline leaders should be provided social security for life. And funding agency and organization like Korean Democracy Foundation should keep budget for civil society leaders. Therefore, my dear friends, I would like to urge here that a functioning, robust democracy requires a healthy, educated, participatory fellowship and educated and morally grounded leadership. Therefore, it is most important for civil society to be more resourceful and more organized, to have their voices heard, to work and advocate for the rights of and to amplify the voice of the unheard and unraised. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 시민사회에 아주 강력한 메시지를 웅변적으로 잘 말씀해 주셨다고 생각이 들고요. 이야기 들으면서 시민사회에 대한 반성과 필요도 있지만 또 한편으로는 여기 계신 분들 대부분이 그랬을 거라고 생각합니다만 2차 세계대전 이후에 우리가 그렇게 꿈꾸던 독립국가를 이루었는데 과연 국가는 그동안 뭘 했길래 이런 문제 제기를 시민사회가 책임지고 해야 되나 이런 생각이 들 정도로 국가와 시민사회에 대해서 다시 한번 생각해보는 그런 계기가 된 것 같습니다. 예, 다음은 태국에서 기록보관소를 통한 태국 민주의 인권 침해 탐구 파트폰 푼통 선생님께서 말씀해 주시겠습니다. 예, 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pattarapon Putong from Thailand. I'm a researcher. My focus is on violence, peace, and memories. My inspiration and passion on... sorry. My slide, please. No, I have PowerPoint presentation. Oh no, I have
슬라이드가 안 나오는 것 같은데요.
PowerPoint presentation. Yes. No, 없어요.
모르겠어요.
But it's okay. If it's not, I will just like. Okay. So
Wait a minute, please. 순서를 바꿔야 됩니까? 아니면 슬라이드가 준비가 될까요? 순서를 바꾸면? 그냥 해야 될 것 같아요. 예, 알겠습니다. 예, okay. Keep on going.
Okay. So that says I'm researcher and my focus is on memories, peace education and violence. So I want to start with why I have passion on memories, because of my inspiration and passion on power of memories started in 2008 when I was a student at mains program at Songkunghae University. And during that year, I remember that we attended so many activities and we visited many organizations. We attended, what I remember the most is we attended Asia Forum at May 18 Foundation in Gwangju. And during that time, we visited May 18 Cemetery and May 18 Peace Park. And I was an internship student at May 18 Foundation. And in the fall semester, we visited the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And my supervisor, Francis Lee Dae-hoon, also introduced me the Peace Museum, with at that time located at Jongak. And at that time, in 2008, back in 15 years ago, it was my first time to learn that is organization working on truth fighting, and there is a type of museum and archive called a Peace Museum. And at that time, 15 years ago, I had never heard about this kind of program and intervention before. So during my years in Korea, I began to understand the influence of political power on shaping what is available to remember, who is allowed to recall the past, and when and where past events can be commemorated, particularly when I look back to Thailand and Southeast Asia. So if we look at our region, Southeast Asia, we can see our region is kind of like full of history of political violence, often perpetrated by authoritarian regimes. In our country, like Thailand, the state has sought to control the narrative of the past, undermining people's ability to demand justice and accountability. Past violence is a collective memory that must be, for me, I agree that past violence is a collective memory that must be communicated and discussed in order to maintain the capacity for social change. So without truth, commission, museum, and archive that preserve and communicate political violence, society will risk forgotten what happened and become powerless to challenge injustice. So, and we look at Korea, if we visit Memorial Park, museum, and archive that located across the country, we will realize how civil society, education, instill and group and civilians document, archive, preserve, and communicate the past violence, especially during the transitional justice. And the most important is this kind of a program intervention and activity help us to see the possibilities of freedom, action, and political imagination. So for me, the Korean democratization movements were a turning point in South Korean history, marked by people united in sacrifice and determination to build a strong democracy. Despite the challenges of state violence and silence, truth commissions like Truth and Reconciliation Commission, museum archive, and organizations such as Korean Democracy Foundation and May 18 Foundation emerged as a vital pillars commemorating and conveying the democratization movement's legacy far beyond South Korea's border. And listened and inspired by Korean's transformative journey, I and my friend we found three initiatives in Thailand. First is a 6 October 1976 museum project. Second is documentation of October 6th, and the third is a Deep South Museum and Archive initiative. So these initiatives, these projects is like is found by me, like a researcher, my scholars, like very distinguished scholar like Thongchai Vinichgul or Phuong Thong, Pawakapan. So we see it's like we see example, for example, from South Korea, from the other country that our society really need it. We really need to work on documentation of past violence, because without that, society will forget what happened. And as a group, we work as on volunteer basis, and we not get paid at all. So our main goal is we want to use these kind of projects to end the culture of impunity. And last year, our 6 October 1976 Massacre Museum project, we received technical and financial support from Korean Democracy Foundation, and in Thailand, it's very difficult to do fundraising with government and other like funding agency. So mainly in Thailand, we got money from like individual support, and so we were able to host an exhibition and seminar, and we also have a like series of a workshop. I want to say one thing. I think if we remember, P. Buntan from Thailand already mentioned about 6 October 1976 massacre, that what happened on that day. What I want to add here is, even though that incident like already took place, how many years? Like 47 years ago, but that issue is still remains silent in Thai society, and many people still perceive that it is a sensitive and taboo issue. So when we work on an exhibition, like a public exhibition, so we for us, we how to say, it's like it's not enough to just talk about how to say, it's like victim, the memory of the victim. We also have to tackle, we also have to address and encourage the society to ask about structural and cultural violence. So we try our best to pursue, to encourage the audience to see what is the main actor. So this is really challenges in Thai society. When we look in Thailand, we think that this is a democracy society, but actually it's not. There is a certain limit. There is a certain level of what to say, who we can criticize with, things like that. So from the work, from the work that I involved with a museum archive and documentation project, I want to reflect that what I learned from Korea during 1 year that I studied in Mainz, and also I have chance to visit and attend a series of workshop in Korea. So I want to say it's like what we can learn from museums, from archive, from documentation projects, and also from educational activities. Third is what I can see is the work here is like a focus on human dignity of survivors and victims' family. And second is focus on preserving collective memories and fostering civic engagement. This is really important, because without civilians' participation, and then your movement is already big. And the last is really important, is promoting democratic value. And so next slide. So next slide. Next. Okay. So the last. What do we go from here? My humble recommendation for Korea is, South Korea's deep experience in memory preservation, truth and reconciliation, and democratic value, for me, this can play a really significant role internationally, and the country should continually, actively engage in knowledge sharing and collaboration with nations facing similar challenges related to political conflict, state violence, human rights violation, and democratization. So through international conference, workshop, technical support, and partnership, Korea can provide a platform for others to learn from its success and challenges. And the last one that I think that I have to want to emphasize is the special law on the May 18 democratization movement that was issued in 1995. This law established the May 18 Democratic Archive as a public institution with a robust financial and legal support, mandating the archive to collect, preserve, and share the history of Gwangju Uprising and other democratic movement in South Korea. So for me, when I look at it, I perceive that this special law on May 18 democratization is kind of like global resource by sharing its experience and promoting the adoption of a similar legislative framework, Korea can facilitate the development of vibrant democracies where the voice of a people are heard and valued, contributing to a more just and equitable global society. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 예, 한국의 민주화 경험들이 여러 가지 아카이브로 남아있는 것들이 태국에 영향을 줬다는 이야기는 상당히 고무적인 이야기인 것 같습니다. 예, 누가 역사를 기록하는지, 그리고 기록한 역사가 어떻게 기억으로 남아있는지, 그리고 기억이 어떻게 공유되는지, 공유된 기억이 어떻게 새로운 역사를 만드는지, 그리고 그게 어떻게 국경을 넘어서로 연대하는지, 그런 이야기들을 잘 들려주신 것 같습니다. 그 네 분 발제자 선생님들이 시간을 잘 지켜주셔서 50분 안에 네 분 발제가 성공적으로 끝난 것 같습니다. 이제 두 분이 10분씩 토론해 주시면 한 20분 정도 우리가 플로어에서 질문도 받을 수 있을 것 같고요. 또 이야기 좀 못다한 이야기를 나눌 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 그래서 두 분 토론 들어가기 전에 혹시 플로어에 계신 분들도 우리가 시간적 여유가 조금 있을 듯하니 여러분들이 그 질문하실 거 있으시면 좀 마음에 두셨다가 다는 못 받겠습니다만 질문을 짧게 준비를 미리 해두시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 혹시 괜찮다면 일부도 너무 아까워서 일부에 질문 못하신 분들도 혹시 여기 선생님들 계시니까 질문하시면 전체가 서로 대화를 좀 나눌 수 있지 않을까 그렇게 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 가능하면 질문을 짧게 준비해 주시면 좋겠다 해서 미리 말씀을 드립니다. 예, 그러면 오늘 시간을 이렇게 잘 지켜주셨는데 다음은 우리 얍스회생 선생님, 말레이시아에서 오신 선생님께서 토론을 해주시겠습니다.
Hello, I'm Yapsui from Malaysia. I used to work for several NGOs, including BERSE, which is a coalition for clean and fair elections in Malaysia, and as well as several international NGOs. So the topic today is about ASEAN democracy and citizens' solidarity. So this is a topic about what can be done by people from one country to support the democratic struggle in another country. In short, it is people-to-people solidarity. Now, because of the limited time, I'll just make several points. First of all, I think this international solidarity has been there in the Asian region. There is a tradition for international solidarity to support democratic struggle in other Asian countries. And you can see that these kind of activities can be in the form of, the most common one is you organize a protest in front of an embassy, in your country. And but I think the most exemplary examples that I personally was involved in the 90s was the support for the East Timor self-determination, solidarity from people in Asia and global to support self-determination for East Timor, and which eventually led to the independence of Timor-Leste. Now, so there are already such activities and also such a tradition, including forming foundations, democratic foundations in countries like South Korea and in Taiwan, and hopefully more countries that have transisted to democracy will also form similar such foundations, as mentioned by the Thai speakers, to formulate that kind of legislation to enable such foundations can be established, and this can be the platform of extending solidarity to peoples in other countries for democratic struggle. I think I'll just make several points about what can be done, what should be the roles and tasks of civil society. And first of all, I think is to promote the idea of people's solidarity, in your own country. I think this is important because that is the foundation for further action, including legislation of democracy foundation to be established, and then that can be extended to all the other programs to promote solidarity for democratic struggle in other countries. So I think that is the first step. And with the challenges of, the challenging of legitimacy of the idea of democracy, probably this kind of civic education will probably have to go even more basic to the idea of democracy, because of the challenge, for instance, the discourse put forward by countries like China. Secondly, we must also recognize the idea, the importance of power to inspire. I think the examples of South Korea, the Philippines, Indonesia, the democratic struggle that have we succeeded. The former Prime Minister is now in jail. Thirdly, I think which is the most important roles and tasks is to actually sharing of skills and experiences. And I think this can be divided into three areas. One is pre-democratization. A lot of the work in the past has been focusing on pre-democratization to support democratic struggle. But I think more and more important now is also to look at democracy in transition, where certain countries have achieved a certain level of democratization, but is still unstable and is still struggle to keep the democracy that they have fought for. And this is the case in Malaysia, where we are still not very stable, and also in the case of Thailand, where you have party that won the majority but were not able to form the governments, and conservative forces will come back and to form the government. So this is one areas of challenges that we are facing, and the third area is, of course, post-democracy, where also after you attain democracy, it doesn't mean that you can sleep and enjoy democracy, because conservative forces will fight back, and then if you are too relaxed, then you may find yourself in trouble. And this is the case globally. Actually, we are seeing democracy regressing, not only in Asia but also in Europe and in the United States. So I think this is really important areas, transition and also post-democracy. The experiences from Korea can actually be shared. And I think Korea can also be the platform of facilitating the sharing of experiences, because it is not just the experience of South Korea that is important, but also other countries. And democracy is a complex process. You cannot transplant it 100% from one country to another. So the facilitation of these experiences, exchanges, sharing and discussion and brainstorming is really important in the democratic processes of people's struggle. So this is really key that I would like to emphasize. And fourthly, of course, is direct actions that we can take, like in the past, simple organizing a protest in front of the embassies, but I think more important now is also to look into policies of your own country when it comes to democracy, when it comes to overseas development assistance, ODA policies, because this will have a lot of impact on solidarity support for democratic struggle in other countries. And finally is also, so the last point was to lobby your own government when it comes to take a stand on democracy, and that can be translated into the ODA policies that support democratic struggle. Because at the moment, the ODA policies in Asian countries, a lot of them focusing on development rather than human rights or democracy. So this is what I would like to underscore, the importance of this area. And finally is the private sectors, because private sectors of course play very important role in economic development, but also when it comes to democracy and human rights, they also have a role to play. And there is already international mechanism and standards. For instance, human rights and business, the international standard on that one. But democracy is a challenge. It's a big challenge. In terms of how the private sectors should also play a role in terms of supporting democracy. This is an area that needs further exploration, development, and consolidation in terms of the value, in terms of the mechanism, and in terms of the international standards. And private sectors, we are seeing the challenge of social media. I think the keynotes from the German ambassador was that social media was very useful to the civil society in the past to campaign for human rights and democracy, but now it is the other way around. The conservative forces are using this to advance their agenda. So this is a big challenge, but there is a social responsibility of the social media platform like Facebook, Twitter, and all this, So it is important for us to look at this area to see how we can ensure accountability of these corporations, private sectors players, so that they are supporting the agenda of democracy and human rights rather than playing the other role. So those are some of the key points, and I have the paper in the book, so you can read it. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 지금 우리가 경험하고 있는 아시아 민주주의의 역할과 과제에 대해서 국제연대의 중요성, 그리고 거기에 대한 이제 구체적인 내용들에 대해서 몇 가지 포인트로 말씀해 주셨습니다. 다음은 아시아 태평양 YMCA 사무총장을 맡고 계신 남번 선생님께서 마지막으로 토론을 해주시겠습니다. 10분 써도 되나? 10분.
예, 모두가 지금 시간의 압박을 받고 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 저는 제 발제문을 그냥 읽고 필요한 부분을 좀 생략해가면서 사회자가 요청하신 10분 이내에 발표를 끝내보려고 합니다. 제 토론의 제목은 버마 플랫폼의 경험을 통한 비폭력 저항운동이라고 적혀 있는데, 일단 간단히 제 소개를 드리자면, 저는 아마 민주주의 친선 대사 중에 유일한 한국 사람인 것 같습니다. 아마 제가 홍콩에 지난 8년 동안 제가 소속한 YMCA 연맹의 사무총장으로 일하고 있는데, 그런 위치 때문에 제가 일하고 있는 지역 때문에 민주주의를 위해서 열심히 일해달라고 친선 대사로 임명해 주신 것 같습니다. 아시아 태평양 YMCA 연맹은 지금 홍콩에서 지난 70년 동안 본부를 두고 있다가 여러 가지 정치적 또 사회문화적 연유로 인해서 한국의 제주도로 지금 이전하는 과정에 있고, 아마 연말이면 저희 스태프들을 포함해서 완전한 이전이 이루어질 것 같습니다. 두 번째 단락입니다. 발제자들이 지적했듯이 현 시대 우리 인류는 나라와 나라, 민족과 민족, 나아가선 개인과 개인이 민족 국가의 여러 가지 경계를 넘어서 서로 촘촘히 연결되어 있는 이른바 지구지방화된 사회에 살고 있습니다. 발제자가 인도의 예를 들어서 설명한 대로 사회적 경제적 차원에서의 민주주의가 동반되지 않는 정치적 민주주의로만은 세계화가 야기하는 갖가지 문제들을 해결하기가 어려운 것이 제3세계에서 공통으로 경험하고 있는 극명한 현실입니다. 제가 보기에도 현 시대의 이른바 저개발 혹은 개발도상국의 참담한 현실은 지구화의 어두운 그림자를 배태하고 있습니다. 저는 지난 8년간 현장으로 일하고 있는 아시아, 특별히 동남아시아와 남아시아 국가들을 돌아보면서 하나의 메타포를 떠올리게 되었습니다. 그것은 지금까지의 자본주의 신자유주의 세계화는 아시아를 포함해서 전 세계적으로 거대한 사다리를 형성해 놓았는데 이 사다리는 아래로부터 타고 올라가기가 매우 어렵도록 구조화되어 있습니다. 이 딱딱하고 험난한 사다리는 각국 특별히 제3세계에서 민주주의 발전이 지체되는 중요한 원인이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 이럴 때일수록 각국의 시민사회가 강력하게 연대하고 협력해서 각각의 지역사회와 국가 차원에서 민주주의적 가치와 에토스를 진작시키고 인간의 존엄성과 자유 그리고 인권에 대한 사회적 각성과 존중의 풍토를 조성하는 일은 아무리 강조해도 지나치지 않을 것입니다. 시민들의 마음속에 이러한 가치들을 진작시키는 일은 시민사회만이 할 수 있는 소중한 역할과 과제라고 생각합니다. 저는 제가 속해 있는 아테와임시 연맹, 이 여타 에큐메니컬 단체들과 연대하여 추진하고 있는 버마 플랫폼의 경험을 소개함으로써 제 토론을 대신할까 합니다. 여기 버마 플랫폼에는 우리 사회를 보고 계신 이규호 교수님의 단체 연구소와 또 저기 계신 우리 김혜숙 선생님이 참여하고 계신 기독교 민주화운동도 함께 연대단체로 참여하고 있습니다. 그 뒤에 두 단락 미얀마 쿠데타의 이후의 현실을 설명하는 두 단락은 제가 시간 관계상 생략하고 버마 플랫폼 창립과 활동으로 넘어가겠습니다. 2021년 쿠데타 이후 한국 에큐메니컬 단체들은 미얀마의 쿠데타 상황의 심각성과 쿠데타가 장기화될 것을 예측하고 세계 에큐메니컬 단체를 모아서 미얀마 시민들과 장기적으로 연대할 수 있는 플랫폼을 만들었습니다. 그리고 2021년 7월 11일 한국기독교교회 협의회, 아테 YMCA 연맹, 한국 YMCA 전국연맹, YWCA 등을 포함한 미국, 아시아, 일본, 대만 등의 총 13개 에큐메니컬 및 시민단체와 함께 버마 플랫폼을 발족하였습니다. 여기 발족한 참여 단체는 여러분들이 참고해 주시기 바랍니다. 여기 제가 언급하지 않은 것은 여기 독일 분도 계시지만 독일의 브레드 포 더 월드가 저희 일의 소중함을 연대해서 매년 거액의 지원금을 지원해 주고 있고 저희 13개 단체가 이른바 매칭 펀드로 기금을 만들어서 여러 가지 활동을 계속 지원해 가고 있습니다. 버마 플랫폼은 미얀마 시민들과 함께 비폭력 저항운동을 함께 하고 있으며 총 4개의 프로젝트를 진행하고 있습니다. 첫 번째는 긴급 지원으로 군부의 공격을 받은 시민들, 가난한 시민들을 대상으로 의료, 식량, 쉼터 지원 등을 하고 있습니다. 두 번째는 정치적 이유로 수감된 사람들과 가족들에게 법률 상담 및 지원을 하고 있습니다. 세 번째는 재활 및 직업 교육으로 재생에너지를 활용해 지속 가능한 농장을 운영하며 지역사회에 일자리를 제공하고 부족한 식량을 조달하는 역할을 하고 있습니다. 마지막으로는 미래 세대를 위한 교육입니다. 온라인 교육을 중심으로 교사들을 지원하고 국제교류 프로그램까지 운영하는 등 양질의 교육을 청소년들에게 제공합니다. 2021년 7월 이후 지금까지 버마 플랫폼을 통해서 약 40명의 교사와 200여 명의 학생들이 계속 지원하고 있습니다. 온라인 교육 프로그램을 통해 학교에 가지 않거나 가지 못하는 학생들을 지원하고 학부모와 공동체를 조직하기도 합니다. 또한 공동체 농장을 통해서 식량을 생산하고 일자리를 창출하며 장기적으로 지속 가능한 삶의 기반을 만들고 있습니다. 플랫폼을 통해서 만든 산소 공장을 통해 병원에 꾸준히 산소 공급을 하고 수백 명의 사람들에게 의약품을 제공하고 건강교육을 진행하고 있습니다. 버마 플랫폼은 한 달에 한 번 온라인 정기회의를 통해서, 물론 줌으로 하는 거죠. 플랫폼 회원들과 미얀마 활동가들이 함께 프로젝트 진행 상황을 공유하고 앞으로의 일들을 계획해 나가고 있습니다. 회의를 통해서 미얀마 활동가들은 자신을 포함해 지역 시민들이 이 프로젝트를 통해 군부 통치의 혹독한 환경 속에서도 우리가 뭔가를 할 수 있다는 희망과 용기를 얻어가고 있고, 세계가 우리를 돕고 있다는 경험을 나누고 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분들이 아시다시피 2019년 젊은이들 중심으로 한 민주화운동, 홍콩의 민주화운동, 2020년 태국의 반군부 시위, 2021년에 미얀마 민주화운동이 연이어 일어났고, 이는 아시아 민주주의 위기와 이에 대응하는 시민들, 특별히 청년 세대들의 저항을 보여주고 있습니다. 그런데 이 전의 흐름과 최근 아시아 민주주의 운동의 차이점은 청년 세대를 중심으로 온라인을 통한 초국적 연대를 추구하고 있다는 점입니다. 특히 태국, 홍콩, 미얀마, 대만의 청년 세대를 중심으로 한 ICT 기반의 사회운동은 밀크티 동맹이라고 불리며 아시아 청년들의 민주주의를 위한 연대를 보여주고 있습니다. 밀크티 동맹은 미국 영화 헝거게임에서 착안한 세 손가락 경례를 공유하면서 시위 현장 동영상과 정보의 공유, 해시태그 공유 등을 통해서 국제적 연대를 이루어가고 있습니다. 가상세계에서의 초국적 연대는 현지에서 운동을 이어가는 이들의 고립감을 줄이고 자신들의 행동의 정당성을 꾸준하게 인정받을 수 있는 정서적 지지 역할을 하고 있습니다. 버마 플랫폼 역시 온라인 국제연대의 힘을 확인하고 있습니다. 버마 플랫폼 매달 세계의 에큐메니컬 활동가들이 미얀마 활동가들과 온라인 회의를 통해 정보를 공유하고 비폭력 저항 운동을 이어가고 있습니다. 이를 통해 현지의 활동가들이 희망을 잃지 않고 국제사회가 자신들을 외면하지 않았다는 경험을 계속 나누고 있습니다. 특히 버마 플랫폼은 온라인 연대를 넘어 경제적 지원과 함께 현지에서 의미 있는 프로젝트 실행을 계속 지원하고 있어서 그 임팩트가 크다고 감히 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 저는 버마 플랫폼이 아시아 민주주의를 위한 세계 시민연대의 한 사례가 됐을 거라고 생각하고, 정치적 탄압, 부족한 재원 등으로 인해 운동 확산의 한계는 있으나 장기적인 안목을 가지고 민주주의를 위해서 꾸준히 연대하는 하나의 좋은 운동 모델이 된다고 생각합니다. 아무쪼록 아시아와 세계에서 버마 플랫폼과 같이 민주주의와 시민사회 확장을 위한 다양한 연대와 협력이 지속되어서 현지의 우리 세계가 경험하고 있는 소위 축소되는 시민사회, 민주주의 시민사회의 흐름을 반전시킬 수 있는 새로운 운동 역량이 형성될 수 있기를 간절히 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 네 분의 발제와 두 분의 토론까지 다 끝났습니다. 그런데 여러분들 제가 질문을 이렇게 좀 부탁을 드리긴 했습니다만, 조금 전에 주최 측에서 리셉션 시간을 좀 더 오래 갖는 것이 서로에 좀 도움이 되지 않겠냐 해서 시간을 좀 가능하면 마무리를 좀 해달라 이런 부탁을 좀 받아서요. 좀 아쉽지만 여러분들 토론은 리셉션 하면서 이야기를 나누어 주셔야 될 것 같습니다. 원래 토론은 사실 모여서 자기가 하고 싶은 얘기를 충분히 다 하고 다 한 다음에 다음날 밤이 새어야 비로소 대화가 시작이 된다고 합니다. 그런 맥락에서 보면 저희도 오늘 열심히 준비해 오신 분들한테 10분이라고 하는 다소 시간적 폭력을 좀 한 것 같아서 너무 좀 죄송하게 생각합니다. 앞에 1부 발제도 너무 좋았고요. 다만 2부 발제 들으면서 제가 토론 대신에 그 몇 가지 단어들이 좀 공통적으로 나와서 좀 정리해 보면 그 세 단어가 굉장히 공통적으로 좀 나왔던 것 같습니다. 하나는 accountability라고 하는 단어가 공통적으로 썼던 거고요. 아마 의미를 좀 새겨보시면 좋지 않을까 싶습니다. 두 번째는 solidarity라고 하는 단어를 여러분들이 많이 쓰셨어요. 그 다음에 또 6분 모두 sharing이라고 하는, 나눔이라고 하는 정보, 행동, 우정, 이렇게 해서 여러분이 이 세 가지를 좀 잘 생각해 보시면 어떨까 이런 생각이 들고요. 오늘 그 한국의 민주화를 우리가 성찰하면서 아시아의 민주주의를 같이 고민했는데요. 한국은 87년 민주화 이후에 지금 대통령이 8번 바뀌는 어떻게 보면 적어도 장기 집권하는 대통령은 없어졌습니다만 그 8번 대통령이 나오는 동안에 한국의 민주주의를 어떻게 평가할 것인가, 정말 민주화됐다고 평가할 수 있는가. 그래서 최근에 한국에서는 민주주의의 심화라든지 민주주의의 확장 또는 뭐 여러 가지 지금 반성과 평가들이 나오고 있습니다. 아마 그런 주제는 내일 또 다루는 것으로 알고 있어서 여러분들하고 그런 이야기도 나눌 수 있으면 좋겠다는 생각이 들고요. 두 번째는 우리가 아시아의 민주주의 얘기를 많이 나눴습니다만 사실 제가 요즘에 관심을 갖고 보는 것은 선진국 민주주의의 실패입니다. 여러분이 다 아시는 것처럼 미국 민주주의가 지금 굉장히 험난하죠. 영국 만만치 않습니다. 이른바 G7 국가들 예외 없이 모두가 민주주의의 실패를 경험하고 있기 때문에 선진국 민주주의의 실패는 우리가 어떻게 볼 것인가. 그럼 다른 문제가 또 하나 발생합니다. 우리가 민주화라고 하는 것이 어느 정도 되면 선진국은 민주주의 문제를 해결한 것처럼 보이지만 민주주의에서 발생하고 있는 시차들, 아까 여러분이 말씀하셨지만 데모크라시 인 트랜지션 얘기를 하셨는데 데모크라시 인 트랜지션이 컨텍스트에 따라서 나라에 따라서 지역에 따라서 대단히 다르게 움직이고 있어서 아마 그런 문제들을 우리가 정말 진지하게 같이 이제는 고민하고 아까 여러분들 말씀하신 것처럼 쉐어링하고 그리고 같이 솔리데리티를 만들어서 우리가 어카운터블하게 행동해야 될 때가 아닌가 그런 생각이 듭니다. 오늘 토론 여러분들 준비하셨을 텐데 플로에 계신 분들 질문 받지 못한 거 정말 거듭 죄송하게 생각하고요. 오늘 좁은 시간에 짧은 시간에 많은 알찬 얘기 해주신 이 앞에 계신 6 선생님들께 7분이신가요? 6분께 감사의 말씀을 다시 드립니다. 박수로 환영해 주십시오. 여기서 마치겠습니다.
네, 당초 예상보다 이 세션이 조기에 종료됐습니다. 저희가 계획한 것은 리셉션을 6시 반에 그 행사를 시작하는 거였었는데 시간이 20분 정도 일찍 끝났기 때문에 지금부터 약 1시간 저희가 준비되는 대로 말씀을 드리긴 할 텐데 1시간 안에 준비를 끝내고 저녁 행사를 시작할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 잠깐 휴식을 취하시고 너무 멀리 가지 마시고 다시 이 자리에